2,
This webinar is being transcribed.
Legislative Day 2 will come to order. Everyone, we have a long meeting today, so the more we try to keep it down so we can keep it moving. We're going to start out with an appointment. This is from Councilman Ketch to the Baltimore County Advisory Committee on Public School Capacity. Ms. Robin Campbell. I think Ms. Campbell is here with us tonight. I'm sorry, Robin. How are you tonight? Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Did you want to come up and? Yes. Yes. Mr. Secretary, sorry.
I'm sorry, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get really started, I want to just let you all know that for this evening's meeting, we have, and you may already realize, but I want to make sure everyone is aware, we have interpretive services here this evening. Primarily for bills 97 and 98, but anyone who needs an interpreter, there are earbuds on the table in the back, and the folks with their hands up can help you with that, so that when people testify or if they're here listening, they will be able to understand what is going on. So, for example, when I'm talking in English or when the council members are speaking, it'll be the interpreter will be speaking in Spanish, so you can understand if that is your language. On the other hand, if someone is testifying, say in Spanish, the interpreter will then talk in English, and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to give everyone a heads up that if you need it, it's in the back, if you need those earbuds. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman Patoka. Okay. Mr. Campbell, sorry, one second.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Councilman Izzy Patoka. I just want to acknowledge we have some student visitors here today, and so they're from Towson High, from Councilman Ertel's district. But if you guys want to stand up, please, and let's give them a hand. They're the future. Thank you, guys.
Go Generals. Okay, Mr. Campbell, did you want to tell us a little bit about yourself? And
Sure. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you to Councilman Koch for inviting me to participate in this commission. I'm a parent of public school students here in Baltimore County. I have been involved in several boundary studies. I was particularly involved in some of the overcrowding that we experienced at Hampton Elementary School, and have had a long-term interest in kind of monitoring the schools and the overcrowding issue. So I know there's an enormous amount of interest from the governor and other sources to do a lot more building in Baltimore County, and I'm very interested in making sure that the deliberative process around that doesn't end up creating undue pressure on kids and teachers by resulting in overcrowded schools. I'd like to participate in a transparent and kind of educational process where both the public and those of us on the commission are able to sort of raise the issues in a collegial and clear way so that we can get good solutions, both for housing, but also for schools and classrooms.
Councilman Ketch, did you want to make any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Robin for his willingness to serve on this commission. I worked with Robin and some other people in the Hampton community, and when some redistricting took place. And I was very impressed with the efforts that Robin put forward to uh, really to try to determine what the actual population of the Hampton Elementary School would be with various changes in the catchment area. And it's not an easy task at all. And I think that Robin, I know Robin will do a good job, very thorough, and his overall goal is what our goal is as well, is to make certain that our schools are going to be not overcrowded, so that the learning that needs to take place in each school will uh, occur in the future. So thank you, Robin, anymore. Thank you for your willingness to serve, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ketch. Robin, I think we actually met at Hampton. I had come up there for when the,
We had, yes.
to one of the first meetings at the overcrowding, and
Yep, we
even though
had,
it's not in my district, it's right over the line, and I was very sympathetic because of everything that I had been through as a parent through the years, including at Towson High, where we're currently at 500 kids over capacity.
I remember you being there that day and was grateful for your presence. Thank you so much.
Oh, and we're excited that you're willing to step up on this important committee, because we think, over time, this will hopefully give the county a better way to better manage our overcrowding or our capacity situations in the county. So,
Mr. Chairman.
yes, Councilman Ketch.
Yeah, I just want to echo what you said, and I think we all need to realize that our school system, Baltimore County Public Schools, have tremendous challenges ahead of it, and we need to make sure that we're not going to have schools that will be dangerously overcrowded. We have a lot of work to do, and I want to thank the school system and also our administration in Towson for all the efforts that they've made to make sure that we are going to have adequate school capacity in the future. So again, I want to thank Robin for his efforts.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the members? Okay. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
All right. Have a great day. We look forward to your appointment coming up. All right. Next up, we have a couple fiscal items. First up is Mr. Lawrence Richardson, Deputy Director of the Department of Health and Human Services, on a contract for Karma Ventures. Mr. Richardson here? There he is. A little more traffic in the room tonight, Mr. Richardson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ertel, members of the council. The administration is seeking your approval of a contract with Karma Ventures for a space for our Center for Family Success, Essex WIC and Essex Health Center, located at 201 Back River Neck Road in Essex, Maryland. Karma's Venture, the units are current locations under lease for WIC, and our Center for Family Success and our Health Center is actually 2 leases that are for 5 years each and consist of 8,616 square feet of rentable space. The Center for Family Success is a comprehensive family support and development center that provides families with tools and resources for the development of children and skills to guide families towards economic independence. The Essex Health Center serves roughly 1,500 residents with health needs in the eastern portion of Baltimore County. And the WIC program provides supplemental food and nutrition counseling for income-eligible pregnant, postpartum, and breastfeeding women, as well as children under 5 with medical or nutritional risk factors. So the county will be leasing the units from Karma Venture to house these programs. Take any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions from the members? All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here. That was the only one you had tonight, right?
That's the only fiscal matter. I do have 2 bills.
You do, you have 2 bills as well. Okay. Secretary? Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll get you back up for those too.
Thank you.
Okay, the next fiscal item is from Office of Human Resources Director Renee Coleman about some amendments to contracts, National Testing Network Consulting Services. Ms. Coleman, how are you tonight? Good to see you.
Okay, so the administration is requesting approval of an amendment to a contract with National Testing Network Incorporated to expand the contract scope of work to include assistance with development of entry-level examinations for the Department of Corrections, supplementing the existing scope of work related to fire and police department examinations. The office advised that the proposed amendment increases the estimated compensation of the contract by $16,350. This amendment is to support the county's recruitment efforts by providing a standardized, validated, and accessible testing process for entry-level corrections applicants.
Okay, any questions from the members? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That was easy.
That was easy.
All right, next up, we have Ms. Lauren Buckler, Director of DPWT. See, we have Mr. Russell tonight. How are you, sir? You have 2 contracts for us tonight, correct?
Yes, sir. Well, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the council. The administration is seeking approval of a contract with Hazen and Sawyer. This contract is to support DPWT's water design section in their effort to comply with the EPA's lead and copper rule program. The program, commonly referred to as LCRR program, seeks to eliminate lead water within our public service system. The core responsibilities of the firm is going to be compiling, maintaining an annual inventory of our 200,000 water lines, preparing reports and correspondence for the EPA and MDE, identifying unknown service line materials through records, reviews, surveys, predictive modeling, statistic analysts, and field investigations, managing and tracking any service line replacements. And they're also going to assist with community outreach by developing educational materials, social media campaigns, and target messaging. This is a 10-year contract, and we estimate around $100,000 per year to be spent.
Okay. Councilman Patoka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Russell. Question, is Hazen is that the engineering firm that is conducting studies on the sewage pipes and sewage load in areas north of Lake Roland?
I'm not sure with that. I'd have to check and get back.
Okay, because I know there's been a number of studies, and the latest one I remember was being done by Hazen. If you wouldn't mind verifying that, and also I'd be interested in the results of that study if they're available.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka. Then you have another contract. Any other questions about the lead services? And then you have one on
I do, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Crandall.
Hi, Tony, how are you?
Good.
Good. Just, so the EPA regulation, Safe Drinking Water Act was passed in 1991, right? So when that was passed, did the county enter in a consent decree on lead in drinking water?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Because I'm just wondering, if the act went into place in 91, and we're looking at a 10-year contract, seems like some action should have been taken over the last 30 years. So where are we with replacing what needs to be replaced, or abatement, or whatever the process is?
I can
Just
double
curious,
check
'cause-
the timelines with you, but I don't think it was a 10-year lapse. I believe the new lead and coppers, it's a new rule that the EPA,
Okay.
I want to say 2 years old or 3 years old, but we've actually started the campaign on it probably a year ago.
Okay, I understand. Maybe our fiscal note isn't as clear on that. Sorry, Liz. Which is why I'm wondering, because this is saying, our fiscal note says that the EPA published the regulation in 91, and that this regulation is known as the lead and copper rule, which is why I'm thinking if this goes back to 91, seems like we're a little far behind.
No.
But Madam CAO, you want to clarify for me, please?
Yes, sir. It was a new rule that was introduced where we also had to go out and work with the residents to make sure that there was no lead in their pipes. So that was a new rule that was introduced 2 years ago with new requirements, and that's where this is coming from.
Okay,
And
so
we
this
can
is
get
for
you the
residential,
information. This is
requirements.
to help with the residential and the
okay, not
county
road to house, but
requirements.
actually for basically sidewalk into the house and in the house.
Yep.
Okay, I got
We
you.
have that requirement. I believe you probably heard about it too, but I'll pull the information for you.
Okay, excellent. All right.
It was out there for everybody to.
Thanks for your clarification.
Into.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Mr. Russell, I guess you want to go on to the snow removal and de-icing.
The S word. The administration would like to enter into an agreement with 6 contractors. The contractors shall provide snow removal services which the county may require during the term, and it is for a 5-year contract with 4 one-year renewals.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on these? None? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Next up, we have Director Pesterfield from our Department of Corrections. Director Pesterfield, how are you? And you're here on Bill 9425, Professional Development Fund Grant.
Good evening, Chairman Ertel and council members. The Baltimore County Department of Corrections is excited to implement the training called Leading Under Pressure, Developing Resilient, Risk-Ready Supervisor program made possible by the award from the Professional Development Fund Grant through the Maryland Police and Correctional Training Commission for FY26. This full-day in-person training will enhance leadership and resilience skills among lieutenants, sergeants, and BCDC training unit staff through the Fuel Your Worth curriculum. The program addresses critical needs in officer wellness, burnout prevention, and supervisory development, fostering more effective leadership and safer facility operations. In partnership with Highwire Leadership Development, LLC, BCDC will deliver this impactful training without impacting daily operations. This investment strengthens institutional safety, staff morale, and community trust across Baltimore County.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Director Pesterfield? So that was easy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a good afternoon. Good seeing you. All right, and then we're going to go back to Mr. Richardson. Sorry to drag you up again. We got 2 bills. Bill 126 and 226. You want to tell us about those when you're ready?
Okay. Bill 1-26 is the MRC Strong. The administration is requesting a supplemental appropriation of federal funds in the amount of $104,424 for our MRC Strong, which is our Medical Reserve Corps, state, territorial, and tribal nations, representative organizations for next generation. The support will be used for our Baltimore County unit of the Medical Reserve Corps for recruitment, training, responder safety, and public outreach efforts. And I'd be happy to take any questions on the supplemental.
Okay. Any questions? All right, and then you have a second one?
Okay. So the administration is seeking a approval for a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $300,000 for our perinatal care coordination infrastructure expansion grant. The funds will be used to strengthen our perinatal care coordination system through enhanced data infrastructure, staff capacity, and integrated digital tools in order to provide efficient county staff processes and referrals for connecting our clients to our perinatal care programs. We'll be using the funds to support the salary of 23 existing positions within the care coordination unit, providing data entry for care coordination, and to help with the goal of reducing low birth weights and postpartum infant and maternal referral form that we use when we are working with our hospitals to connect high-risk mothers and infants to through the local health department to help increase birthing outcomes, healthy birthing outcomes. And I'd be happy to take any questions on the supplemental.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you.
Doesn't look like anybody has questions. Federal grant, too. Thank you, sir. All right, next up, we have Bill 326. This is from Councilmans Young, Patoka, and Marks, zoning regulations data center study. Councilman Young, did you want to cover this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to start off, Bill 326 establishes temporary controls suspending the permitting of data centers until January 1st of 2027. The bill also regulates and requires the planning board to conduct a study of data centers and submit a report. The findings and recommendations of that report should be given to the county council no later than October 1st of 2026. I'd like to take an opportunity to thank my colleagues who've had discussions about this prior to the bill being introduced, but also just in general about the impact of data centers on the community and concerns that might affect Baltimore County in general. I'd like to take an opportunity to also thank the public who's been engaged, especially in District 1 and on the southwest side of Baltimore County, related to what I would say attempts to find a location for a potential data center. And I also like to thank my partners in the state, Senator Sidnor, Delegate Ruth, and Delegate McCaskill, for their advocacy and work in fashioning this piece of legislation so that we're doing this responsibly. I'll also point out, and in detail, in order to maintain the consistency of regulatory environment that we have the responsibility of doing, Bill 326 establishes a temporary moratorium on data centers while the county and the county council formulate and enact clear regulations. Specifically, through January 1st, 2027, the bill suspends the authority to issue a grant, a permit, or other official documents related to the building or pursuit of a data center, and prohibits a county agency or department from accepting any application that requests or is pursuing to build a potential data center. I'm happy to engage consistently. This is the first work session. I know I've heard from folks from the public. I've also heard from folks that, those that are proponents, but also that have seen what data centers have done in other jurisdictions. I would point out that from our conversations and from the conversations with the public, that this is a responsible way to move about and move forward. addressing data centers. We are ambiguous in the code at this point. While I would say a year and a half ago, we had defined data center as a potential use in a particular zone. What we didn't have and didn't know at the time either was or I would say at the time, there wasn't as much of a public outcry or also attention to what data centers currently are. And the concept a year and a half ago of when someone said data center, what we thought in our minds what it was, did not include what we found out now, the impact on infrastructure, the impact on water, the impact on power. It makes sense for a moratorium, in my opinion, and I hope to win you over as well, that while we're going through and the planning board is going through their study to make recommendations to us and to the administration, that there is not any opportunity for someone to try and move in to Baltimore County until we've had recommendations from that work group, which is why there's a moratorium tied to it. I'm happy to answer questions, and also, as this is a continuing conversation, welcome potential amendments that would make the bill better and discussion around it. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and happy to take questions.
Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilman Young, thank you for your leadership on this issue. I think you're right. I think when we looked at this issue before, I don't know if we had, I certainly, to be honest, I did not have a full sort of education on the potential environmental and other impacts that large modern data centers can have on a community. So I appreciate you taking this on. I appreciate our discussions that we've had so far. And Mr. Secretary, I'd like to be added as a sponsor to the bill.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Ketch, 1 second. I got Councilman Patoka,
Sure.
Councilman Jones, and you'll be up next.
I will just be brief and basically just echo the things that Councilman Young said. I agree, and you can put me down as a co-sponsor as well.
Thanks, Councilman.
Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I presumed, and I just want to be sure that I'm correct in my presumption, this is a question for Councilman Young. So I viewed this as a corrective action to Bill 5424 that was passed by the council on July 1, 2024. And it passed, I did not support it. It passed 6-1 and the council approved it, but that bill in the language it says a data center is only permitted east of Pulaski Highway, Route 40, or south of Liberty Road. And so when I saw the map, again, it is correct. I did not fully know what a data center, all the ramifications of it, but when I saw the map, especially as it relates to the Liberty Road corridor, it made me pause. And so I did not support that bill. And so the question is this a correction to that bill? Because again, it was overwhelmingly supported 6-1. And I signed on as a co-sponsor because I thought it was a corrective action to a bill this council passed on July 1, 2024.
Well, since the only action is that we're establishing and requiring that the planning board do a comprehensive study to make recommendations to us at the moment, I wouldn't say that this is a corrective action, but it is a pause in folks pursuing potential data centers in Baltimore County until we've had our experts take a clear look at what the impacts could potentially be, and then making recommendations for what regulations in Baltimore County should look like. So, I mean, since the action is creating a study that could potentially make a recommendation that would impact the previous law, I mean, this is due to folks, one, recognizing the actual impacts. I think us also being ear to the ground and also in our role, recognizing that there's steps that we should take to be responsible stewards of just the land that we have available and what we allow in particular zones. So corrective action, since it's creating the work group, whatever makes you happy on that term, I think we're creating a work group so we can have a thoughtful conversation about what data center construction should look like and regulations that are put in place.
Well, it does give me some comfort, but not complete comfort. because we still have language out there that says that they can only be permitted east of Pulaski Highway or south of Liberty Road. So I believe that creates too much pressure to locate in those two areas of Baltimore County. And so with the pressure being the geographic pressure of only being able to locate in those two areas, I don't know that that's fair to the communities that are located in those two areas. So I'm going to introduce a bill. I talked to some of my colleagues to just eliminate that language, just so we don't have that undue pressure on those two areas of geography in Baltimore County.
Sure. You know, as a legislator of this body, you're welcome to introduce anything you want. I would point out that would hopefully that the board coming back, anything that restricts or puts into regulation new restrictions on potential data centers, that it wouldn't make any sense to have a restriction. I think at the time, what I remember from the discussion, there was only one particular area or two that had been interested in attracting a potential data center company, and that was in that area over by specifically the Social Security campus. So by limiting it, I think at the time it was about making sure that other folks, we weren't opening it up completely, which made some of the other council members, what I remember, comfortable with it, which because it was an amendment, it wasn't a bill, it was an amendment to Councilman Marks's bill. So, but yeah, I welcome to introduce in the conversation surrounding it. Since there's a moratorium, if the recommendations come back from the committee recommending specific changes, then it may not be necessary, but you're welcome to do so. It's your prerogative.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Councilman Crandall, and I think Councilman Katz still wanted to go.
Councilman Toga, I certainly understand where you're coming from. I'm the first to admit that I don't think I sponsored that bill, but I did vote for it. And again, I think because I did not have full knowledge of the impact of what a modern data center is. But I think the bill in itself is flawed, both with the location and the fact that if you go back into that bill, it kind of conflates data centers and energy storage devices, which are really two totally different things. So, however and whenever we rewind that bill and make it more workable with more knowledge that we get and hopefully from the recommendations that we get from the planning department. So, I mean, the options are we can unwind some aspects of that bill that are flawed. And frankly, I think we made a mistake. So we unwind some of that in the near term, or because there is a moratorium, we wait until we have recommendations on. And this is a decision I think that we need to make as a council, whether we want to move forward with what you're suggesting or have the moratorium, keep everything safeguarded. And one thing I would add is that there are, to my knowledge, this doesn't like stop a project that's being proposed. I'm not aware of any large data center project that is being proposed in Baltimore County. I do not believe there's one in the 7th district where under this bill, it would, not this bill, with the previous one, it would be allowed. I'm not aware of any proposal there. I'm not sure if any of you have been approached by a developer or landowner so it's not like we're killing anything. It's just that, as Councilman Young said, our code is either ambiguous or non-existent when it comes to these facilities. The code has just never contemplated the language before. So I think probably Councilman Young, I mean, we could probably get to in the next couple of weeks, get to whether we want to unwind. I forgot the bill number that you referenced.
No, it could.
5424.
Whether we unwind it sooner or we wait for recommendations.
And I mentioned earlier in crafting this piece of legislation, there was a conversation with community members and with state partners that represent the area about a shotgun blast version of, hey, look, there's some clear recommendations that we've seen or regulations we've seen in other jurisdictions, but also recognizing that there's a state bill that they're working on, the idea of putting a moratorium and having our folks make recommendations instead of doing individual piecemeal things that address one particular piece of our code with data centers. Let's put a moratorium which stops everything regardless of what the language currently is, and take on recommendations from that work group after they're done their work. So it was the purpose of not having a specific thing related to what's in the code now was doing the moratorium to prevent actions moving forward until recommendations are provided to us and to the administration.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Catch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, we just found out about these data centers. I guess it's been about a year ago, and so much has been revealed over the last year, and so I'd like to be a sponsor of this particular bill, and think it's really a good idea to have this study and have recommendations in place. I did want to ask our secretary, when it comes to these data centers, and of course you have state um, state involvement in this decision and federal involvement as well. Can, can you tell me what restrictions does Baltimore County have over what we can do or not do? Because due to the fact that other jurisdictions, that other levels of government are involved in this decision making as well.
Right now, Mr. Catch, with Bill 5424, data centers are a defined term. The zoning regulations delineate what locations, in other words, what zones a data center can be located in. And in particular, it is the RC5 zone, the BL zone, I'm sorry, the BM zone, as long as the BM zone touches a manufacturing zone. And they are also permitted in the manufacturing zones, the MH, the ML, the MLR, and such. There are also specific regulations as to setbacks and siting and locational requirements and height, parking, signs in the zoning regulations in section 443, but those only pertain to data centers that could be located in the RC5 zone. So when it comes to those other manufacturing zones or the BM zones that also include manufacturing zone, there really are no restrictions. So what Mr. Young's bill would do is, as he indicated, would put a moratorium for a year while this is studied. It would not halt or influence perhaps what the state does during this next 3-month General Assembly, and the state could very well take this issue up and put together comprehensive rules and regulations that the county and other local jurisdictions would then have to abide by. So I think that's where things are at the moment, and where things are going.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think the explanation that you've just given leads us to, with this particular piece of legislation, the fact that this is really needed in our county, so that this whole issue of these data centers doesn't get out of control, so that we have say over what happens, so that we can protect the people and the land area in Baltimore County. So again, I'd like to co-sponsor the bill, and I want to thank the sponsor of the bill and the co-sponsors who of this legislation. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councilman Cash. I just want to also, to your point, the timing of this too is tied directly to working with our state partners and recognizing that there was going to be state legislation, but not having details of what was going to be in it. So by bringing this up now in the beginning of the year, tying into their 90-day session, by the time we have the work group stood up to then start its work, having a better idea of what the state would be passing, so that we're not irresponsibly just moving forward and doing one-off piecemeal actions that could potentially make things more convoluted or complicated as they are. So having that you're absolutely right, and I appreciate your support on this. So thanks.
Thank you.
Councilman Crandall, thanks, Councilman Ketch.
Mr. Chair, Councilman, just real quick, I have an idea for an amendment. I'm going to run that by you offline, so we can keep things moving. We have a busy night. Thank you.
Welcome it. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on this? I know we have several speakers. Ms. Belcastro, do you want to call the first speaker?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our first speaker is Rebecca Scharf, who is on virtually. Ms. Scharf, when you're ready, you can unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Good evening, Ms. Scharf.
Ms. Scharf? She's unmuted.
I'm going to come back.
Sure. Ms. Scharf, we aren't able to hear you. You are unmuted. We're going to leave you on. If you want to jump off and jump back on the meeting, I can certainly bring you back. We'll go on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Ruben Amaya, who is here in person.
Mr. Amaya, how are you?
Sir, how are you?
Good. Good seeing you tonight. Just need to hit that green button on the button, and it'll turn the light green.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Last month, I had the opportunity to attend a community meeting led by the District 44 legislative team regarding talks of a proposed data center in Woodlawn. I made clear that while we have to find new revenue streams in our county, it cannot be at the expense of our communities. I think it's important we understand the environmental impact such a center would cause. This proposed center, for example, would create enough energy to power as much as 80,000 homes. Who fronts the bill for energy and water consumption? What guarantees do we have that it won't pollute surrounding communities? How do we monitor factors like air quality? These are answers we need to know before ever implementing one in our county. I know many of my neighbors, not just in Woodlawn, but throughout the west side of Baltimore County, are struggling to afford rent, groceries, and other necessities. People are struggling to afford electricity right now. We're being asked to give massive energy resources to corporate data centers instead. We have to address these needs first before adding facilities that will increase our electricity and water demands at their expense. What's worse is that current county regulations state that data centers can only be built south of Liberty Road or east of Pulaski Highway. And I do want to note, just for the record, that this amendment that was proposed, everyone on this council voted for it except Councilman Crandall. So I am glad that there is a corrective measure being sought after to fix this. And when you look at who lives in these areas, it is deeply concerning. It's important we revisit and study the impact that data centers will have in our most vulnerable communities. We've seen the mistakes many jurisdictions have made in Northern Virginia and even as close as Frederick. When you rush projects without any thought of the impact to local communities, it hurts us all. Let's get it right the first time and do it with our neighbors in mind. And I urge the entire council to unanimously support this legislation. Thank you.
Councilman Patoka.
Mr. Amaya, thank you for your testimony. Just a point of clarification. I have the roll call right in front of me, and I believe that, yes, it is true, Mr. Crandall did not vote for the amendment, and so that passed 6-1, but just a point of clarification is it was also 6-1 on the entire bill, and so I was the lone member that voted negative on that.
Yeah,
So I just wanted to be clear.
Absolutely.
Sometimes the amendment, and just in process, and I know you're looking to sit up here one day, that in process is sometimes there's positions that are taken on amendments, but at the end of the day, the real vote that counts is on the entire bill.
Sure,
and so,
of course, right. Well, and I appreciate you, sir, seeking that corrective measure, and I hope the council creates a product that's good for our entire county. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Amaya, for your conversation on this and for your advocacy in the community surrounded by it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Bocastro, next speaker.
I'm going to go back to Ms. Scharf. Ms. Scharf, are you there?
Okay. We don't
Our
have,
next-
we don't have time to spend
Exactly.
looking for people.
Our next speaker who registered virtually was Sharonda Hoffman. Ms. Hoffman is currently not on the WebEx. So I'll go on to the next speaker, who is Mark Weaver, who is here in person.
Mr. Weaver? Let's see. I don't know if Mark Weaver's here either.
Okay. Sean McIntosh, who is here in person.
Miss McIntosh, how are you? Happy New Year.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay, so I had this testimony here. I'm not even going to bother reading it at this point because you've all signed on, you support it. I think that's wonderful. But you all said that a year ago, you really didn't know the implications of data centers. And okay, I don't think any of us really knew the implications of data centers, but you did have a lot of people, including myself, come out against 5424 and ask you not to pass it because of the implications to the Maryland Piedmont Reliability Project, because we explained to you that that project was only coming on because of data centers. And we asked you not to pass it because we knew that the more data centers come, the more transmission lines. But you passed it, and I do hope there will be a corrective measure for a number of reasons, because even the amendment that you put in is inequitable, and so you really need to correct 5424. Moving forward, I hope you pass this tonight, or not tonight, when it gets passed. I hope it gets passed. But moving forward, I really hope that you take the time to use evidence base to make your decisions. I know you're all very smart. I know you try to use evidence, but listen to your constituents and really dig deep. Don't just listen to the corporate lobbyists, because they're telling you that there's lots of money to be had with data centers. It's true, and we need money. I'm running for county council. I recognize that we need money, but it can't just be about the money, because it also has to be about the impact to our constituents. So I ask that you put a halt, have a moratorium, look at comprehensive studies of the energy demand, water use, and environmental impacts, evaluation of cumulative and long-term infrastructure costs, clear zoning standards and siting criteria, alignment with Maryland's actual energy and water capacity, not speculative future expansions, and a cost-benefit analysis that not only looks at projected revenue, but also considers costs of environmental and public health impacts. That's what we've been trying to stop. And so thank you, Pat Young, Councilman Young, for putting this forward. Thank you all for agreeing to sponsor it. I really do hope you pass it, because you are the first county that's willing to do this. We're hoping that there will be a statewide moratorium, because we need to slow down. The proliferation of data centers in the state is going to devastate us, because we do not have the energy and water resources in this state to support the number of data centers. We just don't have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIntosh. Councilman Mark.
Just to point out, I would like to think that the governor and the Public Service Commission also have a role with that Piedmont Reliability Project.
Oh, and also the Piedmont Reliability, and the Piedmont Reliability Project, unfortunately, those data centers aren't even in Maryland, right. So anyway, thank you, Ms. McIntosh. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jyoti Mohan, who is on virtually. Ms. Mohan, you may begin your testimony and unmute yourself when you're ready.
Ms. Mohan.
Sorry, can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
I'm sorry, for some reason my video is not coming on, and I apologize for that. But yes, I'm here to support the bill that all of you have wonderfully signed on to for the one-year moratorium for data centers. I think the information on this issue is also changing rapidly. I happen to know, for instance, that literally less than 10 days ago, NVIDIA has released the Vera Rubin platform of chips that is promising to revolutionize how much cooling is going to be, how much energy is going to be needed to cool the chips in the data center. So we'll be looking at entirely different projections of energy needs for the data centers. But one thing that I would like to urge the entire council is when you have a study, a commission that studies the issue, and when the commission considers everything and puts it forward, I urge you all to take the recommendations of this commission seriously, and assuming that these are the people who have done the work and have the expertise to please pass the recommendations of this commission. And that's all I'm really going to say, except for congratulations. I'm so glad that all of you are on board with this measure.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Mohan. Any questions? Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Next speaker is Chris Mudd, who is here in person.
Mr. Mudd, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Christopher Mudd, with Venable LLP. I'm here to speak on Bill 3-26. So I represent an owner of a property that's about 30 acres in Woodlawn. It's a challenging site, and they've been considering for some time the potential for a data center there. In fact, for a couple of years. We've had communications along the way with Councilman Young, with members of the county administration, with some folks, some members of the Maryland legislature as well. And thus far, we've not had a lot of answers about specifics of the proposed use because there's no developer that has been signed on with yet. We are close now to reaching an agreement with a developer potentially. But regardless, as soon as we do, we intend to circle back with Councilman Young and with the administration and others at the state level to talk with those folks again. And I'm just here to acknowledge with this legislation and the intentions of Councilman Young in introducing it, that we understand there are a lot of questions about data centers, and we want to work together with the council and ultimately the planning board to facilitate reasonable protective measures for these uses. I do want to note that other counties in Maryland have already undertaken similar efforts to study data centers and to recommend and adopt regulations regarding these issues, including Frederick County and Prince George's County. So I would encourage that as Baltimore County undertakes its efforts, that we think about looking at those efforts that have already been undertaken elsewhere and to use those in assisting us with the evaluation here in Baltimore County. I plan to testify again in 2 weeks, and I'll provide at that time more details about the specific site that my client owns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mudd.
Mr. Mudd, I just want to also, has been implied too, and we've talked about as well, anti-growth and anti-building, or also anti-not following up with what exactly we can and can't have in Baltimore County is in the intent. It's about doing it responsibly, making sure that we're including folks in that discussion. Too often, we as in government become reactive rather than being proactive. As our conversations have moved on, since there is no active data center project, since there's no permits, while folks have been trying to attract one, our proactiveness of putting this into place is to make sure that everyone's part of the conversation. That includes the public, and that also includes you. So I appreciate your willingness to continue to talk through this.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Young. I think that's all the speakers.
I'm going to try Ms. Scharf one more time. Ms. Scharf, are you there? No response.
Sharp, it's 3 strikes, you're out.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilman Ketch.
Yeah, I just want to bring up the fact that 50 years ago, when I was first elected to the state legislature, the computer center at Social Security in Woodlawn was a very controversial issue. And it all dealt with the environment and the problems that the original plan for the computer center that it would cause, the problems it would cause. And when we represented that area, we did get the citizens together with Social Security, et cetera, and resolve the problem. If you take a look at the computer center today, you'll see the fact that tremendous efforts were made to not pull down the trees and to move forward with a compromise that everyone could live with. So I just think it's so interesting that 50 years later, we have the data centers after having the computer centers years ago. So thank
Thank you, Councilman Ketch. All right, next up, we have Bill 426, Councilman Patoka, zoning regulations, DR use regulations and existing developments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill proposes to update some of the language in the zoning code from the 1970s that are restrictive to certain houses of worship. So this bill would update the code to allow houses of worship to exist in places that the outdated zoning code would prohibit based on some of the characteristics and behaviors of communities in 2026 and the 21st century.
Do you have any examples of that, Councilman Patoka?
I do. There is a synagogue. There are, I think, 20 such synagogues that exist in my district that may be non-conforming uses. And so and I think if you look when the zoning code was first written, there wasn't, so right now, let me just say this. So the Baltimore region, Baltimore City, Baltimore County is the 3rd largest Orthodox Jewish community on the East Coast. Number 1 is Brooklyn, New York. Number 2 is Lakewood, New Jersey. And number 3 is Baltimore. And unfortunately, I don't have any real numbers because the census doesn't ask your religion. It asks a lot of other questions, but not your religion. And then within that religion, there's different strata. And in the Jewish community, we have Orthodox. There's strata amongst the Orthodox. There's conservative. There's strata among the conservative groups. And then there's Reform, and there's strata among that as well. And so right now we have, like I said, the 3rd largest Orthodox community. Typically, the culture of the Orthodox community is to walk to synagogue. We have high levels of pedestrian activities. So for example, Mr. Chair, when I first became a council member, I asked DPW to add some pedestrian safety measures and some traffic calming in areas where there's high levels of the Orthodox, in areas that has high density of Orthodox people there. So DPW told me, Mr. Russell here, he might have told me this. He said, well, Mr. Councilman, Councilman Patoka, we've checked that out. Your district does not warrant you don't have enough pedestrian activity. And so I know that some people that know the district find that unbelievable. So I asked them to explain to me, Mr. Chair, how do you do your pedestrian counts? And they brought out a guidebook, federal guidelines, And they said, it says to do pedestrian counts on a weekday. So we do them on Wednesdays. And so I said, DPW engineer, that may work in every other district, but it doesn't work in the 2nd district, soon to be the 4th district. And so then I said, you have to do it on a Saturday. If you really have to do it on a Wednesday, let me pick out the Wednesday, and it's likely to be in September or October. And so they did a traffic count on a Saturday. And they said, Mr. Councilman, you were absolutely right. You have the highest level of pedestrian activity of any part of the county. And so then we got pedestrian safety measures, we got traffic calming. And so the same is true with what's going on in places of worship in the 2nd district, and particularly in this Orthodox Jewish community. It's known as the Erev. Anybody out there know what an Erev is? Yeah, it's hard to explain, but it's an area where there's a large, there are other restrictions. And so what I'm saying is we have to know our community. That's essential for what each of us does as a council member. And then we have to advocate for our communities, and then we have to tweak laws to address the needs of the people we represent. And that's what I'm doing, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jones.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Patoka. And clearly, I want to join you in supporting all of our religious institutions. And I'm just wondering to myself, how does this fit with the RLUIPA, Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, a federal law that protects religious institutions and individuals from burdensome land use regulations and ensures equal treatment in secular activities, preventing local governments from hindering religious exercise through zoning or landmark laws. And we've been down this road many times, and I think we as a government have learned our lessons that we can't regulate religious institutions. So, I'm okay with the bill, but I'm wondering whether or not it's really necessary.
I believe it's necessary. I wouldn't have introduced it if I didn't believe it was necessary.
Okay.
All right. At all? That's it? Okay. Next up, we have Resolution 126. This is from Councilman Marks. Special Counsel Investigative Committee, Middle River Logistics Park. Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, the greatest power of this county council is to adopt land use and zoning rules for Baltimore County. It's why the comprehensive zoning map process takes more than a full year of our 4-year terms. And when questions are raised about a project that was approved despite a clear zoning change, it is this legislative body's responsibility to address those concerns. I've served on this council since 2010. Only in the last term did I ever observe projects that seemed to skirt a change in zoning. And I believe that introducing this resolution is important, not just to look at a single project, but also to perhaps provide recommendations on how the comprehensive zoning map process should be strengthened. I am introducing this resolution consistent with the council's oversight responsibility. This won't be a Watergate panel. It will be an investigation of the rezoning of a property with recommendations to the council on how that occurred and also what steps might be taken to strengthen the CZMP process. You should be asking yourselves, why does it take 5 years in Baltimore County for someone to build a house or 6 months to get an electrical permit, and yet a multi-million-dollar warehouse developer gets what appears to be such an accelerated review? Why was the Department of Permits and Approvals and Inspections even granting a limited exemption during the rezoning process? And finally, and most importantly, what is the harm in the county council reviewing this issue to make sure everything was handled appropriately? And what is the harm in the county council possibly identifying recommendations to guide us well before the next comprehensive zoning map process in 2028? I respectfully ask for your approval of this resolution.
Any questions for Councilman Marks? We know we have speakers. All right, Ms. Belcastro, you want to call the first speaker?
Sure. Our first speaker is Pete Gutwald, who is here in person.
Mr. Gutwald. Pete.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the County Council. My purpose for this evening's testimony is just simply to go through the timeline associated with the Middle River Logistics Park, or also known as Chesapeake Park Plaza, and put some context in relationship to what's in the code currently. So Section 32.4-205 applies to development plans and limited exemptions that are accepted for filing after September, only applies to those that are accepted for filing after September 1st in the year in which a comprehensive zoning map process begins. If a development plan or limited exemption is subject to Section 32.4-205, then a plat may not be accepted for filing, a limited exemption may not be approved, and evidence any vesting may occur until after the effective date of the bill adopting the comprehensive zoning maps. Section 32-4-205 only applies to issues that have been submitted by the Department of Planning, the Planning Board, or the County Council. In order to clarify a little bit more, the Development Management Policy Manual establishes that an application for a limited exemption shall be made through an approved DRC, Development Review Committee, application form with a letter to the Director of Permits, Approvals, and Inspections. Let me explain a little bit about that. Limited exemptions fall into two categories. There are A exemptions and there are B exemptions. A exemptions exempt you from the development review and approval process, essentially goes straight to building permit, and B exemptions exempt you from the community input meetings and the hearing officer's hearing. Posting requirements only apply to A16 and, or B8 exemptions. So there, on August 25th, on 2023, the DRC application 1010-2023B was filed, and on August 28th, it was accepted for two types of exemptions. A12, which is based on the condition that it was a lot of record, or in the alternative, they requested a B2 exemption, which applies to amendments to an approved development plan. Since the application was filed and accepted prior to September 1st in the year the CZMP process began, 32-4-205 did not apply. I will subsequently just identify that on October 10th, 2023, the DRC meeting took place to review the limited exemption, and they were granted the B2 exemption, which means they went through the development review process, not straight to a building permit. The letter for the formalizing the recommendation was completed on October 11th. Obviously, in November, the council created issue 5-123 to rezone the property from MHIM to RC7. The development plan was then approved on August 22nd, 2024. And then the grading permit was issued on December 10th, 2025. So I just wanted to go through the timelines and why, how from PII's perspective, the process took place associated with this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cutwell. Councilman Jones.
Mr. Cutwell, thank you for testifying. There's a lot of dates, a lot of things happening. So I'm just going to boil down. Did you do anything unusual for this particular request?
No, sir.
Did we follow all the rules?
Yes, sir.
Did we follow the law?
Yes, we did, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Marks.
Well, there are people who disagree. I agree, Mr. Gutwald gave a very lengthy and excellent, very fast recitation of dates. What is the harm in having that slowed down so that we can more appropriately understand what happened and also possibly identify some changes for the next rezoning process? Again, what is the harm? There's no harm.
I'll just offer, if there's additional information if I can supply, I will absolutely do so. I think we provided written testimony that kind of further explained everything to the council as well. So I'll just make that, you know.
I always appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Gutwald.
Councilman Young.
Just to slow down the timeline of what Mr. Gutwald just went through. I mean, we're not being prescriptive to the investigation, but is that what the expectation is, that Mr. Gutwald and other folks would come in to then go through what he just explained slower in more detail?
That's correct.
Right. But it's about that particular project.
That particular project, but I think it can illustrate some deficiencies in the process.
Right. And we've had conversations about deficiencies in the process beyond what we control or what we currently use here. But I mean, why don't we just do something related to addressing those shortfalls? Why don't we just do, why is the resolution specifically about this project and then having our folks come in to discuss in detail what they already seem to have on paper and then create recommendations where, if we already know what the shortfalls are, what are we taking the extra step for?
I don't know if we know all the shortfalls.
Okay, gotcha. So I see. Pulling the shoot, yeah, okay.
I mean, I think one of the things I've always appreciated about you, Councilman Young, is you've said before we rush to make changes, we should study things.
Right.
You've always been consistent on that. And in fact, you're doing it with the data center bill.
Right.
And I don't see any harm in studying this case. And if good recommendations come out of it that we can apply in 2 years, so be it.
Sure. Yeah, and I don't want to get into semantics either, because I think it's the investigation piece. Like it's not a study about to result in the change of, I guess, our processes or some potential loopholes. It's an investigation into one project that then hopefully will create some recommendations, or through it, I have to go back and read the resolution. It's making recommendations at the end of it for us to then take up. Okay.
That's part of it.
Gotcha. Yep. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Young. Councilman Jones.
Will anything we do undo? These folks have a permit right now?
Yeah, that's under construction right now. I think that's what identified some of was brought to everybody's attention. But yes, they have a permit and they're moving forward. They have a grading permit for the site and they have an approved development plan.
So Councilman Marks, this is just to take a look at the process, or is there anything we can do with this? But it seems like the water's already under the bridge and gone.
I will leave that for the attorneys. I will tell you, though, Councilman Jones, the scale of this project is pretty immense. And you've heard from my constituents who've emailed. You're going to hear from the president of the local community association. I think they would like a little more than just a study, and that's within our powers to do so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Certainly. Our next speaker is David Abbasi, who is here in person.
Good. So I'm the president of the Wilson Point Civic Association. I'm also a board member on the Essex Middle River Civic Council. And I can tell you, Wilson Point is just outraged. Christmas week, we find out that this is happening. The day after Christmas, the bulldozers are running. And they weren't even prepared for proper construction. There wasn't silt fences in all areas. There wasn't a gravel entrance. It was just a surprise. And actually, the other communities on the east side, Bowley's Quarters, Hawthorne, Chase, and others, they're outraged also. In 2023, we filed our CZMP, it's a tongue twister, CZMP issue 5-104. The downzone, the historic Glen L. Martin ball field, and other land in the complex that was environmentally sensitive. It's in the Chesapeake Bay critical area. Our councilperson filed 5-123 to protect the ball field and promote green space. So meanwhile, in a parallel process, the permits and planning departments were moving ahead with the warehouse project. They didn't have the courtesy to even let us know, like, why are you guys doing this zoning issue? Because we're marching ahead and there's going to be a warehouse there. It's just done in spite of us. It's an insult to the people that live in the area that pay some of the highest property taxes. Most of us are waterfront owners. In May of 2024, I watched the planning board deliberate this area. The planning board gets together and figures out the zoning issues and what they want to do. One lady said she thought a high school should go there. Even the planning board had no idea there was going to be a warehouse there. This fall, I reviewed the small area plan with the planning department, and I noticed that the ball field was identified as future development. I pointed out to the planning department employee that that's RZ zoning. So he went back and made a little note, but he left it as for development. So that's lying to my face. It was a waste of time to look at the small area plan. And the week of Christmas, like I said, we got the notice. So one of the things, we found the drawings for the warehouse. So on the site development plan, so it's over 500,000 square feet for 3 warehouses. They're requesting 539 parking places, and the daily trips are 1,856. And I imagine that's tractor trailers. But see, we don't even know anything because nobody talked to us. Now, Wilson Point is our only road in and out of the community. We have just under 1,000 households, multiple cars. So they're essentially doubling our road traffic. And in the future, what's it going to be? The tractor trailers have to make a left on the Wilson Point Road. And if there's 1,800 of them a day, they're going to stop people from coming in while they're waiting for a tractor trailer that's blocking the road. The people going out to take their kids to school or to the doctor or to their job, they're going to be tied up. We've got no understanding of what's really going to happen there. I'm almost done. So, again, where's the traffic study? We didn't have one. And another small issue, the stormwater pond for this property, since it's all impervious surface now, it's going to be on the corner of Wilson Point and Eastern. So where does that drain off into? If it drains along the stream that's on the side of Wilson Point Road, we've had significant flooding there, where the road between the post office and Darkhead Cove gets up to 3 foot deep. What's going to happen now when this extra pond dumps water in there? So we strongly support the resolution 1-26, and we'd like to know how the planning department in Baltimore County can just march ahead and do this project and not have the courtesy to tell our council person, tell the neighborhood, ask us, is this okay with you? What do you think? Yeah, it might be their right to have the warehouse, but it's going to affect their daily life with that much traffic. Questions?
You want to go first?
Sure. So you found out, I think probably an hour after I did, December 22nd of last year. I think it was December 22nd, okay. So you had no communication with, to the best of your knowledge, the attorneys before then, right?
Not me.
Not you.
Well, and we only had knowledge like the other people, but not in relation that there was going to be a warehouse.
No recent communication?
Yes.
Okay, and you had no communication with the new developer of the property, correct?
Correct.
Right. I want everyone to think about that because we deal with a lot of big companies. Trade Point Atlantic comes to mind as a good corporate citizen. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes. So thank you for your testimony, Mr. Abbasi. Just a question, I'm trying to understand it. So right now, you have a ball field.
Well, we did.
Well, I'm just saying there was a ball field there.
Right.
And it's a pervious surface, meaning water can go through. There's not, okay. And so the proposal, or what's now in place, is you said how many spaces? 500 spaces?
Well, it's the one out by Eastern. There's 3 warehouses, but the one by Eastern's 250,000 square feet. Mm-hmm. And it shows in total for all 3 that there's 539 parking spaces.
So we're going to take the ball field, or what they're going to do is take the ball field, and then they're going to take a pervious surface. They're going to be a warehouse. So I don't think we're talking about a lot of jobs because warehouse is storage. And then we're going to make a greenscape, a hardscape, and Wilson Point is pretty low-lying, I think. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
But you live there, so you know. And so I will say this to my colleagues. Last night I was at the Baltimore Green Alliance meeting, and there was some really good presentations on flooding in Baltimore County, 2 really good presentations. And so it really heightened my awareness of the things we do. We've got to be ultra careful because water doesn't really compromise. When water wants to rush and flow and flood, it goes. And so we got to be really careful in what we do. So I am really concerned that we're taking greenscape and green space and greenscape in a low-lying area in this county, creating hardscape, not creating many jobs. So I appreciate your testimony and making it clear in my mind. I just want to make sure I'm envisioning it correctly.
Let me add one thing. The flooding was so bad that we got the USGS service and the state highway to put a flood gauge in that area of Wilson Point so that we can get notification when the road's flooding.
There's some people in the, here today in the public that work on flooding and environmental issues all the time. I'm happy to connect you with those folks, and maybe there's some that you guys can put your minds together and maybe align with each other. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Real fast, I guess, Mr. David, you found out what was going on through Councilman Marks?
He called me the Tuesday right before, I think it's Monday or Tuesday, right before Christmas. I thought he was going to wish me Merry Christmas, but he told me about this.
And Councilman Marks, how you find out?
I found out from the attorney maybe an hour before.
We got a piece
Before.
of coal for Christmas or asphalt.
Yes, asphalt.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sorry about that.
Any other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Ray Goins, who is on virtually. Mr. Goins, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Ray Goins, and I serve as the Senior Vice President of Trammell Crow Company, the owner of Block B at the Middle River Logistics Center. We're here today because the council is considering creating a special commission to review the issuance of our permits for our site. We want to make clear that we believe all approvals for this project were properly issued by Baltimore County in accordance with the law and the invested development plan. Trammell Crow Company was founded in 1948 and was the largest commercial real estate developers in the world, with over 550 professionals and a track record of more than 3,000 successful projects nationwide. We currently have $18.7 billion in projects underway and another $13 billion in the pipeline. In 2025, we made a significant multi-million-dollar investment to purchase this property based on the county-approved and vested development plan, which was clearly contemplated as an industrial building on Block B. Since then, we have designed the project, hired contractors, obtained permits, and commenced site work, all in reliance on those approvals. This is a $90 million investment in Middle River that will deliver meaningful benefits to the community through 3 things: job creation during construction and long-term employment opportunities once operational. Number 2, economic growth through the increased revenue and support for local businesses. And number 3, a modern industrial infrastructure that strengthens Baltimore County's competitiveness and logistics and distribution. We respectfully ask the council to recognize that this project was properly approved and is being developed in good faith under the rules in place at that time. We look forward to continuing to work with the county and the community to make this project a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goins. Ms. Belkash, your next speaker, please.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Councilman Ketch.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Councilman Marks, when was the process initiated to approve this development in relation to the CZMP?
Councilman Catch, what do you mean by process? Limited exemption process?
Well, when did the company that is building this warehouse, when had they started to the process of getting permits and all the stormwater control? All was that, when was that started?
Councilman Catch, we were already provided some of those documents that detail the dates, and I think it's in there, but I think the issue is that there were approvals being vetted while the rezoning process was underway.
Okay, well, the reason I asked that question is it's my understanding that if a council member does make a zoning issue, that that process, if there's a process in place to approve the development, that in essence that process is not stopped. However, if the process has not started, that for approval, then with the councilman making it an issue, that does stop any consideration of the development.
I think it is different for a council member and a planning board member than
Right,
the public at large. I think that's your point.
Okay, so which one has the most is the most powerful one, I guess you would
When the council member or the planning board makes it an issue.
Right. So okay. I'm just trying to get perspective on the time factor, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Catch.
Okay. Ms. Belkacem, next.
Our next speaker is Donna Dorfer, who is here in person.
Ms. Dorfler, how are you? Dorfer, I'm sorry. I put an L in there.
So my name is Donna Dorfer. I am a resident of Wilson Point. I just also want to express my outrage at this project. Our question was, how could this massive warehouse right on the corner of Wilson Point Road and Eastern Avenue have been approved without any community input or notification? We were advised the area would remain green space, and you also spoke about the importance of that. Then Christmas week, all of a sudden we see huge construction equipment that's digging up the ball field. So if you're not familiar with this area, I don't know how many of you are really familiar with the area, but as you turn, if you could imagine turning into Wilson Point Road, and on the right-hand side is a park-like green space with a ball field on it, where youth teams have played soccer, football, baseball. On the left is the airport that does have a grassy buffer, not a real wide grassy buffer, maybe 30 or 40 feet, along Martin State Airport. So you're driving into the community. This is your entrance into the community. Now imagine that that green ball field has been replaced by a 257,000 square foot warehouse with a parking lot for more than 60 tractor trailers and over 220 cars, and is surrounded by a security fence, as well as having a stormwater retention pond on it. I mean, it's an incredible eyesore for the more than 800 households that actually live in this area. It's between 800 and 1,000 that live on going down this one-way in and one-way out road. We feel that the warehouse, David talked about this, that the warehouse raises serious traffic concerns. The plans filed for the 3 warehouse projects indicate they expect nearly 1,866 average vehicle trips per day. That is a lot of traffic. The adjoining intersection in the nearby Eastern Avenue area, that corridor right now has experienced multiple serious and fatal crashes. and is currently being reviewed by Maryland Highway Administration. There's a very large warehouse that also operates along Chesapeake Park Plaza, which is just next to the post office, which is right along the road where the side of this building is. This house is a furniture distribution and kitchen cabinet maker whose packaging and shipping materials produce excessive, poorly managed trash. There's large pieces of plastic, that plastic wrapping that they put around furniture. It's sort of floating through the air and gets caught in the fence. It's in the trees. It's just a mess. So our experience with warehouses is not great. And then you have the truckers that come in, and they come in at all different hours because they unhook their rig, and so they'll eat lunch there, and they throw their wrappers, their food bags, et cetera, into the parking lot, over the little fence where a stream is that empties into Darkhead Cove. And then they even toss in what we call trucker bombs. I don't know if you're familiar with trucker bombs, but trucker bombs is what you use when there's no bathroom nearby. And you take a plastic bottle and they pee in the plastic bottle, and then they put the cap on it and then they throw it in the parking lot. Hate to be so graphic, I'm sorry. My husband and I recently retired a couple years ago, and we have kind of served as the unofficial cleanup committee for Wilson Point. So every week or so, he and I walk the road and we clean up everything, all the debris, all the trucker bombs, all of it. I think another big warehouse is going to do nothing but worsen this problem of trash and debris. Hopefully they want, we've even gone in and talked to the tenants in the warehouse, and that hasn't made a big difference. Anyway, in closing, my neighbors and I all believe that the Middle River area and Route 43 corridor have been overdeveloped. There are quite a few warehouses along Route 43 that have been empty for 5 to 7 years. We clearly feel we don't need more warehouses. And we also clearly feel that this was just kind of rushed through. And I don't know, the community's used to being, people let us know usually when things are happening of that size and scope. That's a really big construction project. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Donna. No, Ms. Don, I want to thank you for educating me on the trucker bombs.
I thought you'd like that.
And secondly, thank you so much, you and your husband, for taking the extra effort to go out and clean up the community. Thank you.
We just want to live in a really clean neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Belcastro, I think one last speaker.
One last speaker,
Okay.
Adam Rosenblatt, who is here in person.
Mr. Rosenblatt, how are you? I feel like trucker bombs is a very gentle way to say it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Adam Rosenblatt, and I'm here to speak in opposition to Resolution 1-26. You've heard the sequence of events from Baltimore County and from the Wilson Point community, so I wanted to briefly tell you from the point of view of the former property owner that went through this process. The negotiations during the 2024 CZMP started with a community association and then Councilman Marks filing issues to downzone a multi-million-dollar piece of industrially zoned property to a zone that would have made it essentially valueless. There was no discussion, there was no meeting. The first they heard of this was requests for downzoning. So as a property owner and as a business, they did what they had to do to protect themselves. That included, and Councilman Katch asked about the schedule, that included filing for a limited exemption prior to September 1st, 2023. That deadline is not a loophole. That deadline has been in place since 2004 and has governed the last 6 CZMP processes. So they filed the limited exemption before September 1st, 2023. They processed a development plan for approval that took over 10 months. and they recorded a plat prior to the effective date of the 2024 CZMP when one of the properties was downzoned. They got permits and started construction. The permit process took a year of construction plan review and 3 months for the actual permit to be issued. We did meet during the 2024 CZMP with Councilman Marks and presented a rendered plan that showed the very industrial building that's now under construction and offered to tweak the design with things like landscaping, sidewalk, and a special entry monument for the community. And we felt after speaking with Councilman Marks that he was not going to downzone the property and was instead going to work with us. But unfortunately, he likely faced too much pressure from the community and decided to try and strike a compromise by downzoning part, but not all of the area that the community had asked him to downzone. But what he felt was a compromise would have cost a national company millions of dollars and made a piece of their property valueless. They did not see it as a compromise, even though I do believe Councilman Marks saw it that way. For the limited exemption, 4 years ago, this council passed Bill 5122 that for the first time required a sign to be posted on properties when certain types of limited exemptions are sought. Councilman Marks was a sponsor of that bill, as were 3 other current council members. That law does not require a sign on the property when you ask and receive a limited exemption to amend an existing development plan. It only requires a sign posting when you're constructing a minor development or a minor commercial building. There was a public, open to the public DRC meeting for this project in October of 2023. There was an approval letter from Director Gutwald, which is an appealable event under the bill that was passed by this council in 2022, and it was not appealed. The development plan was not appealed. It is our position this resolution is unnecessary when the director of PAI, who is the person most familiar with this project and what happened here, he voluntarily testified. The county submitted written testimony. And there are other ways to study the overall CZMP process than to investigate a specific project and to investigate county government and how a project was approved. We are sorry the community does not like what is shown on the vested plan, but an international company is investing nearly $100 million in Middle River. It will result in construction and permanent jobs and tax revenue. Additionally, the prior owner dedicated a public park on the industrial peninsula in an area that's much closer to the Wilson Point community where they actually live, even after the property was downzoned. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to explain this process from the perspective of the prior owner.
Councilman Marks?
A tiny park that is inconsequential compared to this bastardization of a development that has been foisted upon Wilson Point. You know, to say that there was no give and take during, or no discussion during the rezoning process, there were seven planning board hearings on rezoning. There were 7 county council public meetings on rezoning. You know, there was a work session before the adoption of the map. There are plenty of opportunities for discussion. Mr. Rosenblatt, I think you're a very good lawyer. We've worked on a lot of things together, but, you know, quite frankly, and maybe you were instructed to do this by your client, I didn't hear from you until 4:34 p.m. on Monday, December 22nd, and neither did the community. I'm sorry, that's just the way a lot of people feel. I respect your opinion, but I think the resolution is the better approach here.
Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Rosenblatt, thank you for your testimony. When you say that the zoning, would you say in your opinion that it reduced the value of the property or it took the value of the property down to 0? You said something like it devalued it, or how would you define that?
Yeah, an RC7 piece of property in an industrial park surrounded by industrial uses has virtually no value.
But is that 0 or virtually no value?
Virtually no value. Versus the millions of dollars that it's worth as an MHIM, the highest industrial zone that the county has, which it had had since zoning existed in Baltimore County.
Back in planning school, we learned about Nolan versus the California Coastal Commission. I don't know if that comes up in your bar exam. It comes up in the AICP exam. And it talks about what a regulatory taking is. And that's why I'm trying to define, is the value 0, which would in effect be a regulatory taking, or is it just lowering the value to a level that's not satisfactory to the property owner?
So it's more than lowering it to a level that's not satisfactory, but fortunately, we do not have to pursue any regulatory taking arguments because we met all of the deadlines to proceed through the development process and vest this development plan prior to the rezoning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblatt. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have another, this resolution 226 from Councilman Marks, removal of parcel, Baltimore County surplus.
Sure. Very quickly, this removes the Benji's Walter Park parcel from the county's surplus property list.
Okay. Thank you for that. We have one more. Bill 9626 from Councilman Marks and Jones, zoning regulations, non-conforming dwelling unit.
Very good. Thank you very much. Councilman Jones, thank you for your co-sponsorship of this bill. This bill addresses certain non-conforming dwelling units in a building based upon the continuous use of the building for a period of time. I do not believe the administration opposes this bill and look forward to talking about it in more detail at the next work session.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Marks. Next up, we have Bill 9125, Councilman Ketch, zoning regulations, uses permitted in manufacturing light ML zone vehicle, electric vehicle center. I don't know why I'm choking on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the second time I think this is the second time, isn't it, that we've heard this bill. What the bill does is a manufacturer of electric vehicles wants to open up what is described as a showroom in Cockeysville. And what this particular legislation does, it allows for this particular, it's not really a dealership, allows them to open up such a center. What happens is people go online, they have to determine what vehicle they want, what they want on it, what they don't want on it, and that vehicle is delivered to this electric automobile center, and they in essence get it ready to be delivered to the customer. So it's not your normal car dealership in that you're not going to have the lots full of cars to buy, etc. I mean, you'll have a few, but not like your normal car dealership. And then the other part is there's no used car lot allowed in this particular setup. So I think that what is good about this is the community where it's going. It's not going to change the community that much, and I don't think it's going to be a detriment to the community in that we're not bringing in a huge car dealership. We're bringing in a very specific type of electric car dealership instead.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Ketch. And then next up, we have a bill from myself. This is called the University Housing District Rental Housing License Density Limit Bill. And I introduced this, we talked about it at the last work session. For many years, we've been going down a road in some of our neighborhoods in Towson that are closest to Towson University, where rentals have always been an issue, and that's a way of life around the university. But what we're starting to see, what we've seen in the last couple years, is that pace has rapidly picked up. It seems in the past there were investors who might buy a property because a family didn't buy a house, or a house would sit on the market for a long time, and then an investor would buy it and then rent it out to students. Now what we see is we have investors who are coming in, they're outbidding predominantly first-time home buyers, young families, younger people trying to start a life, and they're paying sometimes $50,000, $100,000 more for the house than the homeowner could possibly pay. And the reason for this is that they know right out of the gate that they're going to abuse the privilege of they're buying a house that has 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms in it, but they're going to convert. They're going to build bedrooms in the basement. Often they'll take an old dining room, wall it off, and the dining room becomes a bedroom. So they know right out of the gate they're going to rent it to 4 or 5 people. And this is against the law in Baltimore County, but we have a no more than 2 unrelated rule. But we've been struggling with this law for 20 years in that it's very tough to enforce. These rentals are driving homeowners out of neighborhoods because not only are these investors profiting at our expense, we have more 911 calls to the houses often. The police are going there more often. EMS goes there more often. I spent a big chunk of the end of my summer on rat patrol in 2 different neighborhoods, Berkeley Square and Towson Manor Village, where we had just a massive outbreak of rats. I was being interviewed by a reporter, and literally while she was interviewing me, she yelled out, and I said, "What's wrong?" And a rat had run between my legs. I didn't get to see the rat, so I'm glad I didn't see it, because I didn't look foolish on camera, which I don't know that would have been foolish. But anyway, what we're trying to do with this bill is to strike some kind of balance with rentals and home ownership. And it's a pilot program, so I don't know that we have a sunset on it. I think do we have an amendment for a sunset on it, which is normal for a pilot. So we're going to look at this as a pilot. We're hoping that it'll help deal with this situation, to slow down this, what we see as just a lot of investor activity. This is happening in other neighborhoods as well, but it seems like in the student arena, it's very easy to exploit people, because what happens again is you can put 2 people on a lease, but the landlord they can put 2 people on the lease, they charge a set rent, and that rent is often in the $3,000 to $4,000 range for college kids. So they said, well, your rent is $1,500 each or $1,600 each, whatever it is. But, if you have some buddies who want to take those bedrooms in the basement, I can't put them on the lease, but you can certainly, offset your rent by getting some friends to help you out by moving in. This also causes, like I said, excessive trash, which hence caused our rat problem. It causes one of the symptoms we see that's very alarming is a lot of the landlords have taken the properties and they've paved over the backyards. So we put cars, there's no green space anymore. It's just cars in the backyard, which further just fuels the domino effect of more and more rentals get bought up as the neighborhood becomes more unattractive because of the things that are going on. So this is an attempt, and like I said, it's a pilot to see, we've got to put some stronger scrutiny on on these neighborhoods. It's a mile radius around the campus. Some neighborhoods don't have the same issue within a mile radius of the campus, but there are a few that definitely do. And those will be where this will be most, where we feel to be most effective. So with that, I don't know if my colleagues have any questions. I know we discussed this last time. I know we have a few speakers and.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilman Ketch.
Yeah, my question for you is the one thing that really concerns me is this issue of converting basements to bedrooms. And I understand that in some situations, the windows have been glass blocked and possibly there's no entrance exit from the basement. So if you have a fire, you could have a real problem. Where are we as a county in making sure that this situation doesn't continue and that we have safe bedrooms for students?
Well, and I think often it's kind of this, smoke and mirrors type thing. Well, they aren't really bedrooms, Councilman Ketch. They're storage rooms until they are bedrooms. But the problem is we all know in most of these situations they truly are bedrooms. So what we're really doing here in that situation is we're playing with young people's lives.
Right.
So again, often these investors, they don't care about your 19-year-old, your precious kid who's going to Towson University or Goucher or Loyola or Morgan. And that sounds callous that they don't care, but when there's a fire and the kid can't get out, well, I didn't know that kid was down there. They're not even on my lease. And College Park put a similar put some similar legislation into place and some related legislation because about 15 years ago, in a period of about 2 or 3 years, they had 2 deaths, basement bedrooms where there was a fire. They were both students who could not get out in time and died in the fire. And that's, if we're going to play that game, we need to make sure that people are safe. That's another symptom. We've passed some other bills, but we got to get serious about it as a county on fire safety in these homes. And we had the same situation with Airbnb type situations as well.
Right.
Right. Mr. Chairman, just to elaborate, the council, with you as the sponsor, passed Bill 7525 earlier last year, precisely related to what Mr. Ketch raised.
Yes.
That bill basically gave more light to the issue of the code inspectors and the fire inspectors being able to enter premises to make sure that the premises is meeting the minimum fire safety standards and that no unauthorized alterations have been made in the number of bedrooms.
Thank you.
I don't remember the details of the bill. Are the fire officials allowed to enter unannounced?
Well, that was the other bill we passed, I don't know, a month and a half ago.
Okay.
Yes, they are allowed to go in if they.
Right.
If they do it.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is very important, and I appreciate your efforts to try to resolve these problems.
Thank you, Councilman Ketch. And I know we have Councilman Jones.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to read the bill, and I guess I have some concerns. Number one, everything you said, I agree with. I mean, we have a law against this, and I believe that we should do everything in our power to strengthen the law and make sure people aren't breaking the law. But I guess my concerns come in when we start telling people that own a piece of property that they cannot rent it out. And I'm just wondering, like the moral hazard of saying, okay, today I decide I can't afford my house, yet I want to stay in the community, so I choose to rent it out, and that's okay because I'm under the threshold. And then 2 months later, my neighbor falls on hard times, and then they want to do the same thing. But now they above the threshold, so then we tell that neighbor, you can't rent your house. So then what is that neighbor to do?
So that's a good question, Councilman Jones. And one of the things that we looked, one of the provisions in the bill, and I think I think it's an amendment that we tweaked a little bit. There is a provision where if you need to rent the house for for some reason, like let's say you're a younger person, you started here. Some of the people that live in Towson Manor Village, in particular, I'm looking at some Towson Manor Village residents, so I say that. Some are professors, so they might get another job. They're at Towson University or Goucher right now, and they get a job, a teaching assignment, whatever, at another university, but it's a 2-year gig. They could rent their current house for up to 3 years, one time. But this isn't really about someone who's lived in a house for 5, 10, 15 years and then says, well, I can't, I'm having trouble, I need to rent out my property. What this bill really addresses is we've got people coming from the outside. Often the houses, we've inventoried every house in this area. A lot of the houses are owned by people from Oklahoma, Georgia, New York. They're not even locals. So what we're allowing is these neighborhoods, just like everything else, we're seeing a lot of this in the county with people that are coming in from elsewhere, buying up properties and turning them into businesses. We see it with halfway houses, with assisted living centers, Airbnbs. It's become the new way to, make money on real estate. For years, there were these REITs that people bought. REITs bought office buildings, often strip shopping centers, medical professional buildings, things like that. After COVID, a lot of those REITs divested of a lot of those office buildings because they knew once we went to a lot of this remote working, offices aren't going to be as attractive as they used to be. We're still going to need them, but we're not going to maybe need 40 in Towson. We might only be able to fill 20 of them. And I'm not picking on Towson, but they might have dropped some of the buildings they had if they had a chance to sell them. And often that money now, and this is even coming from higher down, where they're finding local investors, hey, go see if you can find some properties and buy up houses. The president, and whatever I know there's not a lot of good opinions of the president in this room, and I'm not, but he brought it up about the other week about the BlackRocks of the world and a lot of this institutional money that's getting out into the world, where you're seeing a lot of private property getting bought up. It really worries me this is a whole different subject, but it worries me when middle-class neighborhoods are becoming business zones. And that's what we're seeing here in Towson, not necessarily from those entities, but from people thinking, hey, this is an easy way to make some money. And unfortunately, often like I said, they're exploiting college kids that have limited options. And they often just do not take care of the properties. They do not care about the neighborhoods. It's just, and I have spent a lot of time on this issue, just trying to just beat on it, thinking that It just needed more scrutiny from elected officials. And I still feel like where we were 15 years ago. Like it's just not, it's not moving the needle in a positive way. In fact, it's going the other way. So this is probably, a cry for help and hopefully a way to slow it down, see if we can get some workable solutions, and hopefully we'll find other solutions if we're able to pass this legislation. That was probably way more than you wanted to hear.
No, I mean, listen, I just want to make sure we have some protections for property owners, particularly people who live in the community who may need to rent their property.
Yeah. And that is in the bill, so it's a good, I think it's a good safeguard. So, Ms. Belcastro, do you want to go to speakers?
Certainly. Our first speaker is Sarah Judd, who is here in person, and I'm going to give the follow-up, followed by Justin Levy, who is also here in person.
Ms. Judd, how are you? I'm well. How are you? Good.
All right. Well, good evening. My name is Sarah Judd. I've been a homeowner in Towson Manor Village since 2018. My husband and I, both Towson alumni, we're thrilled to find a humble, well-built starter home in an established neighborhood like Towson Manor Village. Towson Manor Village is in a location that has everything a young-ish, tax-paying neighbor could hope for: a walkable library, grocery store, restaurants, retail, a hospital if you're adventurous, and both community and county events at our doorstep. It meant a lot as a young family of 2 working individuals getting by with 1 car to be in this kind of location, and it means even more now as a family of 3. Towson Manor Village is one of the best places for single adults looking to build their own equity, for married adults with or without kids to enjoy so much within a 5-minute walk or 5-minute drive. It's a vibrant community with small, manageable homes for those empty nesters and older. I try to get everyone I know to move here, and I've had some luck, but my luck hasn't run out. It's being bought out. In the 8 years I've lived here, I've seen the very real effects of over-rented streets. This is an anti-renter most people here have rented at some point in their lives. The issue is that without rental limits, the only people who can buy these amazing, well-priced small homes are investors, people with multiple properties, built-up equity, and no real stake in the community. They pack homes with transient renters, ignore maintenance, and leave neighbors dealing with rats, trash, parties, parking, the police, and constant code issues that county code enforcement cannot keep up with. People with no interest in the actual threat of community should not be allowed to buy up every last property. And they've already shown this county they don't care. I participated in the county walkthrough in August, and we all saw what absentee landlords let happen with their own properties. Homes in our community are still selling around $300,000, which is incredibly affordable in today's market. But if I were trying to buy my own house today, my competition wouldn't be another young-ish family. It would be someone twice my age with appealing equity 2 times over. I would not be competitive enough to buy my own home in 2026. I'd be renting forever, and no, cheap mortgages does not mean cheap rent. The average rent for an actual home that's currently listed within my community on Towson University's own off-campus housing portal is $3,200 for a 3 to 4 bedroom home. The house next to mine just sold for $325,000 to an investor, and we saw him showing 4 college girls the new rental space last month. And as we heard last work session, sure, there are laws against over-renting, but they are almost impossible to enforce. Investors have and will whine about my investments, my retirement, which is fine. Enjoy what you have already built, which this bill generously allows, but leave some homes for actual neighbors who want to build a life here. Again, my community has already seen what absentee landlords bring. This system without any guardrails is not working, and it's their own fault, so many of us here are asking for help. If nothing changes, it will corrode my neighborhood to the next bad part of Morgantown, West Virginia, right next to our own expanding university. And that's why rental limits matter. They protect starter homes, protect community, and limit the reach of those who put profits before people. I urge you all to vote in favor of this bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilman Ketch.
Quick question. With the chairman of the council mentioned about how some property owners are paving over the grass to provide more parking spaces. Is that issue becoming more and more prevalent in your community and others?
I think that's for you, Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. We see
it
it
is.
sorry, the house behind mine, which became a rental, they've put up like a pittance of gravel, and there's a minivan parked out back where there used to just be a nice fence and a little barbecue area. So we see it month after month, these spaces get converted because parking's limited, and some, but not all of the streets have permit parking. So this is a way for landlords to get around all of their tenants needing parking permits.
To the point where there's no grass anymore. It's just
correct.
Okay, so you have non-pervious. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Justin Levy, followed by Sonia Jones, who is also here in person.
Great.
My name is Justin Levy. I'm a Towson resident and the owner of a small business on Chesapeake Avenue called The Music Space. We teach hundreds of local kids and adults every week, and we employ dozens of teachers. Our business is built entirely around long-term relationships with families in this community. I'm here today not just as a homeowner, but as someone who's invested my livelihood into Towson. When families move into Towson, they don't just buy houses. They enroll in schools, they sign their kids up for lessons, they join community organizations, they shop locally, they build roots here. And over the years, we've seen something very consistent. Students who come from stable, long-term home environments do better. They stay engaged longer, and their families become part of the fabric of our community. That's a big part of why stability in our neighborhoods matter and why what's happening in the housing market matters. This bill isn't anti-renter. Many of our families rent. Many of our teachers rent. Renters are part of Towson. The issue is investor-driven churn. Homes being removed from the ownership market and turned into high turnover, high occupancy rentals. That kind of instability doesn't just affect immediate neighbors, it affects schools, small businesses, and the social fabric of the town. I also think about my own staff. Many of my teachers would love to buy a small starter home in Towson like mine. At around $300,000, these homes should be within reach for working professionals, but they're not competing with other families. They're competing with investors who can pay cash and scale across multiple properties, and they simply can't win. This bill doesn't ban rentals. It doesn't punish existing homeowners. It simply adds reasonable, targeted guardrails to a system that's drifting out of balance, and it even includes sensible exceptions for hardship and transition. Furthermore, how many rental properties really become more beautiful as the years go on? How many landlords become better at their job as they get older? Neighborhoods are not meant to be financial instruments. They're the foundation of a town. If Towson becomes a place where only investors can buy and everyone else just cycles through, our schools lose, our businesses lose, and our neighborhoods lose. I strongly urge you to support Bill 9225 and protect our neighborhoods. Thanks for your time.
Justin, the other thing I'd say that the other people that lose are the county loses because one of the issues with students, and again, there's nothing wrong with students, but most of the time students, if they work, you know, a fewer hours conceivably at a lower paid job. So they often aren't paying any income tax. So what happens when we displace, if we don't get a young family or we don't get a tax-paying people and we have a rental that provides zero income tax, the county derives half of its income out of, half out of property tax, half out of income tax. So we still get the property tax if it's a rental to a student, but we don't get that income tax. And that times hundreds of properties eventually is millions of dollars in tax revenue that doesn't go to pave roads, doesn't go to improve schools, doesn't go to pay for police and fire. And it's unfortunately, it's not something you see in an instant. It takes a long time for it to happen. And then suddenly everybody's like, how did we get here? And that's one of my worries here. So I appreciate you coming in to testify. Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sonia Jones, followed by Sharonda Hoffman, who is on virtually.
Hi, Miss Jones. Good. How are you?
Greetings, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding Bill 92-25. My name is Sonia Jones, and I am a resident of the Towson Mews community. While I serve as the HOA board president, I am not testifying on behalf of the board or the community today. I am here solely as a homeowner who cares deeply about my neighborhood. I have reviewed the proposed bill and listened to the testimony presented during the previous work session. During that discussion, I believe Chair Ertel referenced the strain on the county's resources as a justification for this legislation, specifically issues such as trash complaints and landscaping concerns, including grass not being cut. In Towson Mews, a community of 36 units, these matters are handled internally through our homeowners association, which is funded by homeowner dues. We operate under established bylaws and covenants and have an enforcement and fining policy in place. When units are rented, the homeowner remains fully accountable for any violations. Our community is supported by a professional management company, an elected board, and legal counsel when necessary. These safeguards ensure that we are responsible neighbors, both within our community and in relation to the surrounding neighborhoods. HOA dues cover landscaping, snow removal, and other services essential to maintaining the community. During the last work session, testimony was offered regarding rental properties where garages were removed and replaced with paved parking. That concern does not apply to Towson Mews. We are a newer townhome community with attached garages and therefore do not face issues related to parking passes or paved parking conversions. I echo the comments made by Mr. Young on behalf of Towson Green, a neighboring townhome community. Well-maintained HOA communities with effective governance structures already have robust mechanisms in place to address the concerns this bill seeks to remedy. Applying rental restrictions and additional requirements to homeowners in such communities casts too wide of a net and unnecessarily infringes on homeowners' property rights and lawful use of their homes. Before moving to Maryland, I practiced law for many years, and I often reminded clients that there is both a legal side and a practical side to every issue. The practical side being that what ultimately makes good sense. In this case, excluding well-functioning HOA communities from the scope of this bill is both reasonable and practical. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I respectfully request that the council make an attempt to modify this bill in order to exclude those communities that have these HOAs that will take care and handle all of those issues.
Ms. Jones, we've talked about that. One question I have is, and it's 30, and Towson Mews sits on land that was formerly East Towson. And a lot of that neighborhood was decimated. In fact, the reason those homes are there is because a lot of those houses were decimated by investor landlords who just destroyed the houses. They were sold off as a package, and they built Towson Mews as one of them. Towson Green was another situation where the whole front of Towson Manor Village, the 45 to 50 houses that were beautiful old houses that two brothers bought up over 25 years. The one I get what you're saying with HOAs. The other question I have is as if investors buy up those houses, eventually they're going to take away that aid. Then why would they want to pay that bill?
I mean, the HOA is in place. When you say take the
Well, I'm
HOA
saying it's
away.
if your 36 units become, if half of them become rentals, at some point, those investors come in and say, well, we don't want to pay this. We don't want to be under this scrutiny. You can't. So they put people on the board, and then eventually the property management company goes away.
That's not the issue right now. So, I mean, we can't
Well, it
predict.
isn't, but then
We can't predict what's going to happen
Well,
with
I
that.
I can predict in the sense of what we see in the older neighborhoods that have had, have watched this proceed over the last sometimes 40, 50 years.
Well, Towson Green has been in existence longer than Towson Mews, but we still have not seen any issues at all.
Right, okay. No, but I appreciate you, and we're looking at a way to
Carving out.
carve out neighborhoods that have HOA.
Exactly, because
A true HOA in the sense of.
Exactly, and that's what I'm requesting that the council do to modify for those, and we are a true HOA,
And
so.
it's good to see somebody from Towson Mews. Councilman Marks.
Thank you. I was councilman in Towson when that development was approved.
Oh, okay.
I agree. It's a beautiful
It's
project.
a great development. It's really a nice development. I love my community.
Absolutely. Thank you for testifying.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Sharonda Hoffman. Ms. Hoffman, you're on as a panelist. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Ms. Belcastro. Good evening, Chair Bartel and councilmen. I am Sharonda Huffman. I live in Essex, Maryland. I work in housing, but I'm here based upon my own personal experiences. There was a mention that there was going to be some amendments to this bill. And I'm requesting that that information is provided so everyone could take a look at it so it can speak specifically on the whole bill in its entirety. Now, just like the beautiful woman that just spoke, I'm sorry, her name is escaping me. Sometimes we have to look at the legality of things and some of the comments that were recently made. I just want to put in perspective. We talk about these persons may not be taxpayers and things of that nature. And there might be reasons why people want to live there. We recently had a equity analysis done by the Department of, I'm not an equity analysis, a housing analysis done by the Department of Housing and Community Development. And I'm just wondering, how does this align with making sure we're looking at housing affordability and also availability? In addition, there's a thing called the Home Act. So I think we need to be careful when we say things like they might not contribute. There are people who rent, who might not be students. Those students could also be people with disabilities. That could also be a reason why someone might ask to have a driveway so they can enter the home. I'm just asking that we sometimes speak in generalities, and it doesn't appear that anyone on this council dais is a housing expert. So I am requesting that if you are going to move forward with this bill, that you at least get an analysis from the Department of Housing and Community Development, and maybe make it available to people so they can make additional comments. Because I'm not quite sure what you're going to change. And I did hear you reference something about the University of Maryland and what specifically had there. And I don't know how long ago that was, but I do know that Towson is a place where there is a lot of students. And I understand what's going on in the neighborhoods, but sometimes I'm just asking for you to quantify your data with actual numbers. To say, hey, we've had this many complaints from people who are renting and they are actual students. Because sometimes we put a broad conversation on things that might be limited to certain places and areas, just like the individual stated. So thank you very much, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Tracy Marcantoni, who is here in person, followed by Heather Pratt, who is calling in by phone.
Ms. Marcantoni, how are you? Good.
We good?
Whenever you're ready.
Good evening. One of the papers that I presented has the map from the rental registration website that shows rentals in Berkeley Square. And when you take a look at it, every house that has a dot is a rental. So just keep that in mind when you get your paper to review that. Good evening. My name is Tracy Marcantoni. I live in the Berkeley Square community. I've resided there for 31 years. I'm here representing our community association. I'm the vice president. We are a neighborhood of a little over 80 homes at the corner of Burke Avenue and York Road. I am here to ask that you support Bill 9225. In my time living in this neighborhood, I have watched it transition from a vibrant community activity-oriented place to a neighborhood where we are making reports to code enforcement and police more than anything else. Let me share a summary of the streets in our little neighborhood. Houses 1 through 12 York Road, there are 12 homes, 1 owner occupied, the rest rentals. 1 through 57 Burke, the odd numbers on the south side, 24 homes, 1 owner occupied, the rest rentals. All of Berkeley, 17 homes, 1 owner occupied, 1 abandoned, the rest rentals. All of Berkshire, 21 homes, 11 owner occupied, the rest rentals. All of Normal Terrace, 8 homes, all owner occupied. If my calculations are correct, we are at 72% rentals. Wow. We have landlords with multiple properties in our community. There is 1 landlord with 5. There are 2 landlords, both owning 2 properties each, and we have 1 landlord with 11 properties. That is 18 properties owned by 4 landlords. Of all the rentals, there are 8 families that have lived in our neighborhood long-term. Almost all of the rest of the rentals are students from the university. Many of these houses rented to more than 2 unrelated people. At the last work session, you heard one of our neighbors speak about the quality of life issues and the impacts on our neighborhood. I'm not going to repeat everything that she said. I just ask that you keep that in mind when making your decision. I also wanted to add that many years ago, when we were negotiating terms with Bozzuto, the builder of Towson Green, there was lengthy discussion of including a clause in the HOA that there could only be a certain percentage of rentals in the development. The mere fact that this was a lengthy talking point tells you that even back then, this was a concern. I'm not sure how it came to be that that clause is not in the HOA documents at this time, but it is worth noting that concerns were raised back then many years ago. Lastly, I will say that my husband and myself, along with our 30-year-old daughter, who lives with us and her 2 children, have tried to purchase the last 4 row homes that have gone on the market so that she and her children could move in the same neighborhood, still be close to us, and still reside in a fabulous school zone. We were quickly outbid by investors on all 4 properties. They made it impossible for us to help our daughter or for her to even purchase a home. This neighborhood that once housed first-time homeowners at affordable costs has changed immensely. It has been swallowed up by investors. Please support Bill 9225 to give us a chance to reclaim and save our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marcantoni. Appreciate you coming in. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Heather Pratt, followed by David Riley, who is here in person. Ms. Pratt, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. This is my privilege to be able to testify for the council members. Thank you very much. My name is Heather Pratt, and I also live in Towson Mews and am a neighbor of Ms. Jones. I will echo some of her points, and I don't want to take up the council's time by repeating her testimony. But in our community, I want to reiterate that we do have the homeowners association that actively enforces occupancy rules, noise restrictions, property maintenance, and property standards. In fact, in our covenants, we do have certain restrictions on rentals themselves, as restrictive, if not more restrictive, than what the council is proposing. When issues arise, they are addressed quickly and effectively. We self-police, and it seems to work. This proposed restriction does not distinguish between problem properties and responsible ones. It treats all student renters and all landlords as if they are part of the problem, when really most are not. The issue is not whether renters or students are unrelated. The issue is the behavior. A blanket cap risks real unintended consequences. It reduces access to affordable housing near universities, pushes students further into residential areas, and penalizes responsible property owners who already comply with the law and maintain their homes. Rather than imposing a one-size-fits-all restriction, I urge the council to focus on enforcing existing occupancy and housing codes, and to consider modifying the proposed bill. Please do not pass legislation that solves the problem we are already addressing at the local level. So to echo Mrs. Jones' comments earlier, I would ask that the council consider modifying the bill as written. I would also like to echo that in no way do I not understand the concerns that have been addressed by the council. I also had the pleasure of watching the working session, the former working session on this topic. I too am a parent of a college student and am very concerned with student safety in general. And I would like to see some sort of mechanism to really put some teeth in and some enforcement mechanism against these investors who come in. And it's horrifying to think about paving over grass, knocking down garages, putting students in unsafe spaces in basements. I think there are other ways that this can be addressed. I'm happy that this is a pilot program, and I'm happy to just have a chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pratt. We appreciate you testifying. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is David Riley, who is here in person, followed by Caitlin Maglietto, who is also here in person. And that's our final speaker this evening for that item.
Mr. Riley, how are you? Happy New Year.
How you doing?
Good.
So anyway, thank you very much for the time. As far as the bill, I certainly, as an East Towson resident, I certainly appreciate the intent of it. I think it has potential to be probably the best piece of legislation to come out from the council since the social host that David Marks did probably about 10 years ago. My major concern is the cap. I think it's too high at 30%. I think it should be dropped down closer to probably 20%. If you look at neighborhoods that have about, let's say, 5 to 10% of rentals right now, including my own, which is Knollwood, that is where the neighborhood is saying is stable. I can see that if you have a Towson neighborhood that right now does not have a lot of rentals, if that becomes a target of investors and it goes from 5, 10% up to 30%, you have missed the mark of trying to stabilize the neighborhood. So my hope is that before this bill is passed, something else can be looked at, and while you have the chance now, is that 30% the real target to put teeth in this bill? Or does it become a paper tiger that's nice to talk about? So having said that, I do very much appreciate your efforts, Councilman Ortel, and the intent of this bill. It's something that's sorely needed in East Towson, as we have, unfortunately, for the past 30 years, taken the brunt of a very much needed Towson University expansion. I understand that. But the management of the expansion by the county and by particularly Towson University was not done with the communities in mind. Now, that has changed over time, both by Towson University and through support from the county government. So anyway, thank you again for your help and for your efforts.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Jones.
Chairman. Mr. Rowley, thank you for testifying.
Sure.
I'm just curious, how far is your community from Towson University?
Probably about 3/4 of a mile.
So I guess I'm wondering to myself, I mean, I understand the issue, I understand the concerns, and I certainly appreciate it, but I'm just wondering about the boundaries of the bill. And I'm just wondering if you don't get it right, what you'll do is just drive the rentals 2 blocks down the street to the next community.
Well, again, that is my concern at a cap of 30% when you're in the area, okay? That if an area becomes the target of an investor and you say it's up to 30%, you're, like I just stated, you're going to miss the target of trying to stabilize the neighborhood.
I guess for me, I don't know what the number is. I don't know how far before it becomes unreasonable for a person to rent who's attending a university. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's tough.
Students at Towson often, they rent out as far as Parkville, Cockeysville, but the bulk, tend to be between the university and probably Lochraven Boulevard.
Closer the better.
And then towards the city. Although a lot of the city college rentals tend to be Loyola College. But one of the things we looked at different legislation that's been passed around the country, mostly from university towns, and 30% seemed to be the, I don't want to say the magic number, but that was the threshold that they felt like if you went over, you were really.
Yeah, I understand you would have a broader picture of the data. I'm just giving you my opinion on where I think on the ground the stability line will be, and it is far below 30. It's far below 30%.
Yeah. I would agree. I felt like we had to come somewhere, and that seemed to flesh out amongst a lot of the legislation we looked at.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good seeing you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Hey, this is Councilman Marks. David, I just want to thank you for all your good work. The social host ordinance was a groundbreaking bill, and appreciate all the work you put into that.
Thank you, Councilman Marks. All right, last speaker.
Final speaker for this item is Caitlin Maglietto, who is here in person. I hope I pronounced her name correctly.
Caitlin? She may have given up. It's been a long night so far.
That name is not online as well, so.
Okay, well, if she shows up, we'll let her speak at some point. All right. Thanks, everybody, for their patience. I know a lot of people are here for the Bill 98 and 97. We have 2 more quick ones. There's a bill 9325 about development impact fees, exemptions for affordable housing. This was a bill I talked about at the last work session. Unless members have questions, I think I'll just leave this one alone for now. Councilman Crandall, did you have a question?
Not a question, Mr. Chair. I just want to let you know that I'm not going to be supportive of this particular bill. I go back to when the council decided to exclude affordable housing from APFO. And so, we've had a discussion on impact fees, and the numbers, as we were learning, the projections seem to be not what other jurisdictions in Maryland get, but we only instituted impact fees, I think, in 2019. But we are sort of, the numbers are coming up. And to me, an affordable housing unit is a dwelling unit. with the same impact on infrastructure, public safety resources, and school capacity. So I'm not so sure why a developer, even a developer with state or federal subsidies to construct affordable housing, should be excluded from paying a fair share of what impact that particular development have on our community. So we're just going to have to disagree on this one, Mr. Chair. But thank you for the time.
I understand. And Councilman, I'll talk to you offline too. I mean, I talked about it. I think it ends up us paying it either way. So, but I understand where you're coming from. Then we have one last one before we get to the bills with bigger, longer speakers. Bill 9525, this was something we discussed at the last work session too, about zoning regulations, downtown Towson tree replacement. We just wanted to make some clarifications about buildings that are being built in the DT zone, which is our most urban zoning, as far as tree replacement goes. And I know we have one speaker on this. Ms. Belcastro, did you want to go with the speaker and then we'll move on?
Beth Miller, registered to speak, and she is on virtually. Give me 1 second. Caught me off guard. Ms. Miller, you are on as a panelist. You may unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Miller, how are you?
Am I unmuted now?
You are unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this proposed legislation. I'm testifying on behalf of the Green Towson Alliance. For background, Green Towson Alliance helped write the environmental sustainability provisions in the downtown Towson district, also called the DT, zoning overlay in 2016. We are pleased that the requirement to replace mature trees removed within the DT is being implemented at a new development at the corner of Baltimore and Allegheny Avenues. That developer is paying $182,325 toward new trees in the DT. We understand the purpose of this legislation is to clarify that for developments where the Maryland Forest Conservation Act applies, that state law takes precedence over the local provisions for replacing mature trees in the DT. We support the goals of the Forest Conservation Act to preserve our forests. This law applies to any project that involves 40,000 square feet, approximately 1 acre, or more, and requires a subdivision grading or sediment control permit. There are few sites in the DT that the Forest Conservation Act would apply to, so we want to ensure that the mature tree replacement provision of the DT district to preserve the urban tree canopy is not weakened or eliminated through this legislation. We feel there is some ambiguity in the language as proposed, and we ask that the legislation be amended as follows to ensure that the DT overlay still applies when the Forest Conservation Act does not. So the language we would propose is notwithstanding any provision in these regulations to the contrary, for any development located wholly or in part in the downtown Towson district, that Article 33, Title 6 of the County Code meeting the requirements of Section 501-601 through 501-613 of the Natural Resources Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland applies to. State law shall take precedence and only that law shall apply. Thank you for your consideration of our testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. All right. I think next up, finally, are at, we have two bills from Councilman Batoka, and I don't know if you want to cover both,
Sure.
97 and 98.
Yes, if it would be acceptable to you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to do their companion bills, so why not take them together? So we've all waited a long time. So I think if you're opposed to one and not the other, please let us know. So first, let me just thank everyone in the room for waiting this out. You've been here for some time, so I appreciate it. And then for those of you that were at the CASA rally at 3 o'clock, there was a comment that was made by Mr. Roland Patterson, who he indicated, and I don't think there was any malicious intent, he indicated that it required 5 votes for either of these two bills to pass. It's actually 4 votes. And Mr. Secretary, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I think he was trying to say is with 4 votes, it would go into effect in 45 days. With 5 votes, it would go into effect in 14 days. But it only requires 4 votes to pass. Everybody got that? Okay, thank you. The other thing I want to say is we have some translation going on. So if everyone, when you speak, please be cognizant of that. Try to speak clearly, try to speak slowly so that the translators have time to make sure they can do what they need to do so that everyone is engaged. So with that, thank you. I'll start and I'll give a brief description of 9725, and then I'll give a brief description of 9825, and then we'll take testimony. Does that please you, Mr. Chair?
That pleases me immensely.
Okay, great. So Bill 9725 will codify, put in code, the Office of Immigrant Affairs. And so that office would have a Chief of Immigrant Affairs who is responsible for developing strategic initiatives, including economic development, community well-being, and immigrant integration. It ensures that we'll have greater coverage, coordination, and response to needs of our immigrant community, and engages with community, business, and faith-based organizations, as well as all other stakeholders. And then also there's a language access coordinator who to build capacity to serve LEPs, residents, English, limited English proficiency residents in our county. So I've heard a lot of comments on this. There's been a lot of social media interaction, Mr. Chair. And one of the things I've heard is like, our budget is tight. Why are you creating a brand new agency? Well, the fact of the matter is the agency exists today. It isn't in code. It exists at the desire and approval of the county executive. But what we want to do is what this bill suggests is 2 things. It puts it in code, so it's not dependent on the county executive that's in place, 1. And 2, there are responsibilities related to Bill 9825. That's why they're companion bills. There are certain metrics that we're trying to capture in 9825. What agency would capture those metrics? That would be the Office of Immigrant Affairs. So that's why they're related. They're a tandem. And I think, Mr. Chair and my colleagues, there are many bills that we engage in, and some impact people's lives a little bit. Some have very minimal impact on people's lives. These 2 bills will be dramatic for people that live in Baltimore County. It's going to offer a level of a reduction in fear. And that's where Bill 9825 comes into play. And I'll talk about that, and not only a reduction in fear, but also we live, especially over the past year, we live in a time when there has been an enormous increase in fear. And at the same time that there's been this increase in fear in our communities, there's been a decrease in due process. And it's been a long time since I've been in school, but I do remember that was one of the foundations of this country, is that due process, that we all are afforded due process. And so that's really what 9825 is all about. There is a law enforcement entity that's been engaged around the country especially as an action of the current administration, and the tactics of that law enforcement entity. I'll just say that enforcement entity, because the tactics are so aggressive and so uncalled for that I think it's more just enforcement rather than law enforcement. And because the lack of due process, who knows what they're enforcing? But this is ICE. This is today's ICE. They're weaponized. That's probably the most overused word today, weaponized. Everything is weaponized. But these guys are literally weaponized. They're carrying heavy-duty firearms. They're wearing masks. They're aggressive tactics, pulling people from cars. I don't even think we see, sometimes we see these things on the news, but I would bet that they're engaged in more things that we don't really see, and who knows what they are. But the things we see are horrifying. What happened in Minneapolis is horrifying. So I'm getting a little bit off topic here, Mr. Chair, but I just have to say this because it's so important, is part of this country was developed on advocacy. We could be an advocate. But nowadays, if you're an advocate, our leadership, the vice president called an advocate a deranged domestic terrorist because she was advocating for something that she thought was really important in Minneapolis. And so I don't think that's a society we are, and certainly that's not who we're going to be in Baltimore County, and that's why I'm introducing Bills 97 and 98. And so 98 will put safeguards up on the level in which our county agencies can engage with ICE. It will also put safeguards up in terms of the level of ICE's activities in Baltimore County. Additionally, each agency will have to report on the level to which they are engaging with ICE. That's where the Office of Immigrant Affairs comes in. Somebody's got to look at these reports. Somebody's got to collect these reports. Somebody's got to advise the county executive on what's happening, and the county council for that matter, because certainly the executive branch and legislative branch are partners here, to advise these are what the agencies are doing. This is what ICE is doing in our county. So what is our policy? And at that point, it's for the leadership, the county executive, and the county council, and we'll have an expanded, I know we'll have an expanded and more diverse council when this, into the near future. And so it'll be a different time in Baltimore County, and a time where people that live here, irrespective of the paperwork they have or the paperwork they don't have, can feel safe in going to church or the place of worship. Will feel safe at sending their children to school. Will feel safe when a loved one goes into work with a level of confidence that that loved one will come back at the end of the day. I'll just close with two pieces. I know we have a lot of people here that want to testify and you don't want to hear me talk as much, but two things. I was at second grade speaking to a second grade class with a dentist on so I'm not an expert on dental hygiene or anything or dentistry, but I had a dentist with me, and we were at an elementary school. I'm just going to leave the name out of the elementary school, but it was largely a Hispanic second grade. But I didn't take numbers, but I would say 75, 80%. And the children there were little children. They smiled. And we were talking about dentistry, and so it made me look at their teeth, or the teeth they didn't have, because they were little 7- and 8-year-olds with their teeth missing, innocent. And it made me think they need to go home and feel comfortable. They're little children. They don't know how they got here. They're just here. And now we're responsible as a community. And in closing, I know we have a rabbi here, and she corrected me earlier, but I'm going to say it again. I'll say it in the way I understand it, because I think faith is something that we want to feel comfortable in the way each of us understand our faith. But part of what motivates me here is my faith, because in my faith there is a principle that we talk about all the time throughout the year, especially on Passover, when families gather around the Seder table, and it says, welcome the stranger, for we were once a stranger in a foreign land. And so that's always been meaningful to me. It's how I grew up. My parents were immigrants, non-English speakers, and it's always been an important part of my life. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stop. I'll take questions from my colleagues, and then it's your meeting to facilitate.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka. Councilman Jones, I think you had a...
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councilman Patoka. I just wanted to reiterate my position. You know, I want to be very clear that we all are immigrants in this country. Many of us have come here to these shores by different ways, some in bondage, some seeking opportunities, but everyone in this country can go back to being an immigrant other than our Native Americans. So today, I just want to be very clear that I stand strong with our immigrant communities, just like so many people who've come to this country seeking opportunities, looking for ways to feed their family and live the American dream, and some are running from oppression. And one of the reasons why I support our immigrant community, because our immigrant community is part of my community. We are all neighbors. We work together. We worship together. And at times like this, it's very important that we stick together. So I want to make sure it's very clear that I want to do everything in my power to make sure that our government is not participating in destroying our communities and destroying the lives of families of people that have come and have made a home here in Baltimore County. To be clear, our president said he's going to get rid of rapists and murderers and killers. And you know what? I don't want any of those people in our community, whether they're immigrant or not. If you're a raper, murderer, criminal, I don't want you around. But you know what? That's not what's happening. Miss Good was not a criminal who was shot down in the street. Somewhere around 30 other folks in our communities were shot down. And then on top of that, what we see time and time again is grandma being pulled out of a car who was simply trying to take the grandkids to school. We see people standing around living their lives trying to earn a living, being tackled and chased and handcuffed and whisked away. These folks that are being deported are not criminals. Not to say some aren't, but the vast majority are not criminals. They're just decent people who come here looking for opportunities. And so I stand with the immigrant community, and I think it's horrible that we've come to a place where this is happening on our shores. Sometimes it's very hard to even recognize America. And I have news for you. Now hear me out. I understand why so many ICE agents are wearing masks. I believe that many of them are ashamed of what they are doing. I really believe that many of them are ashamed, because that is the only reason you would wear a mask, is so that people wouldn't recognize you and wouldn't be able to point you out in the grocery store or point you out going to some other place. That's why you wear a mask. So I am sorry for where we are. Again, I stand with the immigrant community, and I'm going to do everything in my power to protect you. So thank you so much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. And I know we have a lot of speakers. One of the other things that we've seen in Baltimore County, I know in my district, especially the east side of my district, we have just an incredible diversity of different immigrant communities that have come to this county, that have wanted to make a life here, and we're excited about that. Baltimore County, through our former county executive, Johnny Olszewski, recognized that we needed an immigrant affairs person, and he created that position. And as Councilman Patoka said, this would actually make that position a permanent thing, or, you know, a required office. But like I said, we all stand with immigrant communities, and we feel like, you know, we just want to hear you. So without further ado, by the way, just a little housekeeping here. We have bills 97 and 9825. Some of you signed up for both. So we have, if you signed up for 9725 and 9825, we're calling you up first. So if you can, and I think, you know, because it's related, I think a lot of your comments would be the same anyway. So we'll go to that.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our first speaker is Donna Batkus, who is here in person, followed by Yara Sheikh, who is also here in person.
Hey, Donna, how are you? Good. Someone hailing from the 6th District.
I'm a West Towson proud. Okay. Thank you.
Good to see you.
I'll try to make this as brief as possible. Who are our neighbors? We are all neighbors. How can we be unidos y seguros? How can we be united and safe? Adopting the two bills before us will help all members of all of our neighbors feel safe and secure and included. My name is Donna Fallon Batkus. I'm a bilingual clinical social worker. I live in West Towson, own an immigrant serving business in downtown Towson. I'm the daughter of immigrants, wife of an immigrant, mother of bicultural children. And all I know is that all I've been hearing from my colleagues, from my neighbors, that they live in fear because of the color of their skin, the languages they speak, their accents, their jobs, afraid to go to work, send children to school, send children out to play, to see their doctors. Let's let Baltimore County shine as a beacon of hope, to build and not destroy. That is why I, as a board member of the Latino Racial Justice Circle, I'm pleased to speak for the board and the membership, and to all whom we are allied, to offer favorable testimony in strong support of Bill 9825, Protection for Non-U.S. Citizens, and Bill 9725, Office of Immigrant Affairs. These bills are essential legislation and will support and protect the constitutional rights afforded to all residents in our county charter, and to ensure that all county residents feel safe, valued, welcome. These bills are in alignment with the mission of the Latino Racial Justice Circle, which is to educate and inspire people of all faith traditions and all community members to work together to ensure the safety and appreciation of our Latino neighbors. Working together, we will recognize and then act to eliminate systemic racial injustice and everyday incidents of bias and discrimination toward the Latino community. The vision of the Latino Racial Justice Circle is to create opportunities throughout Maryland for meaningful, authentic dialogue about race relations with people of different cultures, to form cross-cultural, faith-based communities focused on spiritual growth and improving social relationships. The Latino Racial Justice Circle strongly supports upholding civil and constitutional rights and strongly supports codification into county law immigrant protections, and to strengthen measures to limit and prohibit the use of county resources and warrantless cooperation with immigration and custom enforcement. To protect and serve our neighbors is the work of the local government. The Latino Racial Justice Circle urges policies and legislation that focus on ensuring that the community members feel safe, not threatened by their local government, including their local law enforcement units. And why does this matter? Because our neighbors are our community, and our neighbors deserve our protection and a bona fide voice in our community. And for that reason, we fully support both of the bills. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
There was a lot more to say.
Our next speaker is Yara Sheikh, followed by Stephanie Petrides, and I apologize in advance if I do not pronounce someone's name wrong this evening. I will do my best.
Ms. Sheikh, how are you?
Good evening, Council. My name is Yara Sheikh, and I am the daughter of immigrants, as is my husband. My father came from Syria in 1970, as did my mom. And my husband's family is from, my father-in-law came from Belgium. My mother-in-law came from Ireland in the 1960s. I'm speaking today regarding, the first one is Bill 9725, the Office of Immigrant Affairs. The Office of Immigrant Affairs already exists. This bill does not create a new office, expand county government, or establish new authority. It codifies and protects an existing office by placing it formally into county law with a clear mandate and accountability structure. It is time. We are so fortunate to have 103,000 plus immigrants living in Baltimore County. Immigrants make up 12.5% of our total population as of 2019. 127.5% of the total population growth in the county was attributable to immigrants in 2019. This means that population growth would have been negative without immigrants moving to the county. This bill is good government. The office is charged with the well-being, economic development, and integration of the county's immigrant communities, to serve as a source of specialized knowledge and data on the issues and facts regarding immigrants in the community, to monitor, analyze, and make recommendations for existing proposed policies and actions, to work with county elected officials and facilitate civic engagement between immigrants and county government. Its purpose and mission, its role in community outreach and engagement, its coordination to function across county agencies, its annual reporting responsibilities to the council and executive are all clearly defined. Why codifying the office matters? When an office exists through administrative action, it can be altered or eliminated without legislative oversight. Codification provides stability across administrations, clear expectations for county agencies, transparency for residents and stakeholders, and accountability through required reporting. The office helps residents understand and access county services, coordinate language access and legal compliance, serves as a liaison between immigrant communities and county agencies. Furthermore, it has a workforce development piece. And let's look at our spending and tax contributions of immigrants in Baltimore County. Immigrants paid a significant amount in federal, state, and local taxes, including property, sales, and excise taxes levied by state and local governments. In 2019, which is the latest data available, immigrant households in Baltimore County earned $3.9 billion of our GDP. $677.2 million went to federal taxes, $396.5 million went to state and local taxes, $2.8 billion was left in spending power. This means that foreign-born households held 12.5% of all spending power in Baltimore County. This is a community vital to the fabric of our county. This office needs to be codified in order to guarantee that these extraordinary contributions of these amazing Baltimore County residents remain protected and that we are all one Baltimore County. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also signed up to speak for Bill 98.25, but realize I'm over my 3 minutes. So I would just say that, you know, a central purpose of that legislation is to ensure that residents feel safe, to call 911, report crimes, enroll children in school, seek health, housing, and library and social services, and work with our county agencies. When residents are afraid to interact with local government, public safety, public health, and service delivery all suffer. Both of these bills reinforce the principle that county government exists to serve and protect all residents, regardless of immigrant status. So thank you.
Thanks, Sharon.
Mr. Chair. Ms. Shea, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome,
I just wanted
Councilman
to
Patoka.
thank you and acknowledge the many civic action groups that you're involved in.
Thank
I'm not
you.
going to enumerate all of them there, but anyone that knows you knows that you're engaged in strengthening our community and community. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Our county libraries have worked with the Office of Immigration Affairs, the translation devices that are encouraged, the programming, the work throughout county agencies has been just extraordinary. And to codify it just means that all those agencies can be ensured of having access to the resources that the Immigrant Affairs provides, and that Juliana Valencia Banks set such an incredible precedent for.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Petrides, followed by Fran Gleshikow, who are both here in person.
Ms. Petrides, how are you? I'm good. Sorry it's been a long night. We had a lot on our agenda tonight.
It's all good. It's early.
It's not, yeah, it's not too.
It's only an hour till my bedtime now. All right. Good evening, council members and folks. My name is Stephanie. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm here in support of Bills 9725 and 9825. I work with the Homeless Outreach Program 2 blocks from here. Several of the people I serve are immigrants. I am here to speak up for my friends, neighbors, coworkers, strangers, and all of my compañeros. As a queer, non-binary trans person, I've experienced firsthand how this administration has targeted and tried to erase my rights and personhood. And for those who do not know, the Supreme Court heard arguments today over whether trans people, including kids, should be able to play sports. And unfortunately, it's looking like it's going against trans people. We're arguing over whether kids should be able to enjoy the basic freedoms provided at schools, all because of the hateful culture wars and flat-out lies that are spouted day in and day out by this cult-like administration. I won't stand for these bigoted attacks against people like myself and our rights, or against any other person's basic humanity, and that is why I'm here today. Immigrants and all minorities and vulnerable populations need every help and service we can provide to aid them in these frightening times. As a person serving those experiencing homelessness, I know firsthand just how difficult it is for anyone, especially immigrants, to access the basic resources that many of us take for granted every day. It wasn't until I started working with this community that I realized how privileged I am to just be able to have a safe place to keep my driver's license and birth certificate. It is a lack of simple things such as IDs that are an obstacle for many to get assistance, jobs, housing, and other basic needs. Every day I see someone being taken advantage of or underserved somehow, merely because that person does not fully understand their rights or what is available to them. Our immigrant friends and neighbors are dealing with enough hate and vile dehumanization from every which way nowadays. In spite of what the liars ruining our country claim, immigrants are a vital part of who we are as a state and as a country. Regardless of documentation, there should be a safe place for everyone to be able to access basic services and needs. I have found myself time and again the past year trying to tear out what little hair I have over how angry and frustrated and scared and helpless I felt since Mr. MAGA was somehow elected. We've seen what has happened to the vulnerable people targeted by this administration. They are tossed about like rag dolls, kidnapped and disappeared in the dark of night to other countries on a whim. Even though a clean criminal record shouldn't be a condition of staying in this country, the vast majority targeted have no criminal record, despite what MAGA continues to erroneously claim with their complete and baseless fear-mongering. Almost every word out of their mouth is not even a truth stretched. Their words are outright lies that ignorant people in this country somehow still believe, regardless of exhaustive data and facts to the contrary. It's not about crime or safety. It's about bigotry and power. It's about a narcissistic and xenophobic wannabe dictator pushing the limits beyond what is remotely constitutional. And Baltimore County should not stand with them nor contribute to the ongoing and terrifying white supremacist takeover of our country. In closing, if ICE and the rest of MAGA continues unchecked, treating immigrants, minorities, and people experiencing homelessness like they are worth less than the dirt beneath their feet, there will be more names added to the ever-growing list that includes, among many others, Carlos Roberto Montoya, Keith Porter, and Renee Nicole Good. This isn't about Democrat or Republican. It's about basic morality. It's about right and wrong. Please pass these bills, 9725 and 9825, and show the state and country exactly where Baltimore County stands in the fight for immigrants' rights and basic humanity, and exactly what values we hold dear. Thank you, Councilmember Patoka, for sponsoring this bill, and for those of you who are standing for what is just, and for choosing courage over fear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Fran Glushikow, followed by Alice Weisko, who is also here in person.
Glushikow, how are you? Glushikow, sorry.
Good evening. I am Fran Glushikow, a resident of District 2 in Pikesville. I represent this evening the voice of Jews United for Justice, or JUFJ, in support of Bill 9725, creating the Office of Immigrant Affairs in this county, and Bill 9825, creating and confirming certain rights of non-U.S. Citizens residing in our country. JUFJ organizes 1,800 Jews and allies in Baltimore County and thousands more across our region in support of local campaigns for social, racial, and economic justice. Judaism teaches that we are all created in the image of God and that we are to treat the stranger with compassion because we ourselves have been strangers in a strange land and know how that feels. But we in America are not living those principles, yet we must do so if we are to retain our humanity and our ability to look ourselves in the mirror without disgust. My grandparents were all immigrants from Eastern Europe, searching for a better life in America. My father's parents came over in the early 1900s. They spoke not a word of English and had very little money, but they imbued their ultimately 5 children with a love for this country. One of my 4 aunts was even a WAC in the Army during World War II, and my father, the only boy of the children, was a Marine. I do not know how they managed. My grandfather was a poor tailor and worked in Quantico for the Army for many years. My grandparents never spoke of those years, but I clearly remember from my childhood that every Jewish holiday, all 5 of my grandparents' children, together with their children, my first cousins, gathered at my grandfather's table, and we never feared that we would be attacked or incarcerated just because we were Jewish. But after Pearl Harbor, Japanese Americans were shipped to internment camps just because of their ancestry. Citizens or not, criminals or not, they were swept up and hustled off to those prison camps. What is going on now in this country with the ICE raids is reminiscent of those horrible times. Even though that did not directly affect our family physically, it must have done so psychologically. After all, what was so different between the Jews and the Japanese? All sought a better life and what they believed would be a fair and just America. But alas, such was not the case for the Japanese Americans. No one spoke up or had their backs. That is why we at JUFJ support these two bills. With ICE literally breathing down our collective necks, we in Baltimore County must protect the rights of those living here. The creation of a Department of Immigrant Affairs will ensure our immigrant community has access to resources. And Bill 9825 seeks to ensure that immigrants, whether or not citizens, can remain safe and free from illegal harassment from the federal government. ICE has no place in our county, and our county police should not be engaged to help ICE with its despicable mission. Separating families, pulling people out of bed in the middle of the night, stopping people because they look different than the ICE officers. These and other horrific acts are reducing the humanity upon which our nation was founded. We at JUFJ strongly urge you to pass these two bills to enshrine for our county the basic tenets of freedom and justice for all. Immigrants, they are still people searching for a better place for themselves and their families. That is a tenet on which this country was founded. We really cannot forget that. And after all, everyone in this country who lives here is an immigrant unless they're Native Americans. I wanted to call your attention to that, whatever it is, that prose behind you. Equality and liberty under law is the foundation of a government of free people. So when you're considering this bill, think about these words that you sit below every single time you're in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
I'll be brief. Thank you for your testimony. One of the things I neglected to mention earlier, but I was just thinking about it, many years ago when some of my colleagues proposed Proposition 287 under the first Trump administration, and I fought extremely hard to make sure that bill did not pass. But as I pledged today, I'm going to work extremely hard to make sure these bills do pass. So, Mr. Secretary, please add me down as co-sponsors to both bills. Thank you.
Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Alice Wojsko, followed by Iman Habib, who are both here in person.
Thank you, Chair Ertel and other council members. My name is Alice Wojsko, and I'm a second-generation American, here today to honor my grandparents and parents by supporting Councilman Patoka's bills 9725 and 9825. My grandparents were deeply poor, having only arrived with the clothes on their backs. 3 of the 4 remained poor until their death, but their children went to college or built businesses. My parents and their first-generation friends from many countries gave back to the country that took their parents in. They became doctors with sliding scales, scientists keeping us safe, a professor adored by her students. Their grandchildren included a sports writer and poet, an engineer, and a philanthropist who organized summer camps for kids with cancer. Imagine the gifts today's immigrant children could bring to our country if their parents found work instead of hiding from ICE, and the children were not too afraid to go to school. By ending collaboration with county sheriffs and police officers with ICE agents for non-criminal issues, Bill 9725 will allow immigrants to establish positive relationships with officers instead of viewing them as unlawful attackers. And it will prevent county funds from being spent on illegal actions that lack due process and unprovoked murders, for both of which the county could be held liable. Bill 9825 will expand the Office of Immigrant Affairs and its under the steerage of its currently wonderful director to speed immigrant integration by addressing needs such as learning English, legal guidance, work assistance, and cultural orientation. Speeding immigrants' acculturation and integration into the economy will result in less public expenditure and more tax income for the county. In honor of immigrants past and to honor those present, I strongly urge the council to pass Bills 9725 and 9825. They will increase productivity, reduce trauma, and give today's immigrant children a chance to give back to our country. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Iman Habib, followed by Glenn Gilhar, both in person.
It's Habib, how are you? Good.
I apologize to those folks who already heard me speak, so I'm going to be repeating myself a little bit. Good evening, Chairman and members of the Baltimore County Council. My name is Iman Habib, and I am a policy analyst with Progressive Maryland, here to provide favorable testimony in support of Bill 9825 and 9725. These bills are crucial pieces of legislation seeking to preserve constitutional rights granted to all residents under the Baltimore County Charter and to ensure that all county residents feel safe and valued in their communities. Progressive Maryland is a grassroots power-building member-led organization that advocates for working class, predominantly Black and brown voices in the political process. A substantial portion of our membership represents diverse racial and ethnic identities, making these bills of paramount importance to our communities. Under County Bill 9725, the Office of Immigrant Affairs, which would be responsible for researching economic and workforce opportunities for immigrants and also for synthesizing existing legislation and its impact on economic, physical, social, emotional, and intellectual welfare of immigrant populations. Progressive Maryland supports this holistic approach, which considers cumulative impacts on communities who often face a multitude of stressors in their everyday lives. Furthermore, County Bill 9825 would prohibit any entity from enforcing immigration or nationality laws onto individuals considered for employment in Baltimore County. Given that immigrants make up over 12% of the county's population, which corresponds to 15% of the workforce, this bill will continue to cultivate a diverse workforce that is already flourishing due to immigrant contributions. We must push forth legislation that limits county and ICE partnerships, especially in the precarious political environment we find ourselves in, with the heightened incidence of illegal and unlawful ICE enforcement-related incidences. Progressive Maryland urges a favorable report. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Glenn Gielhar,
Mr. Gearhart.
followed by Nathaniel Hardman, who is on virtually.
Good evening, Chairman Mike Ertel, distinguished members of the County Council. Thank you for your service. My name is Glenn Gielhar, and in interest of full disclosure, I'm also a candidate for the Maryland House of Delegates in District 8, including Parkville, parts of Middle River, and Rosedale. So hopefully this November, I'll be successful. So growing up in the Parkville area, you know, I grew up in an immigrant community. And I think what is missing from this conversation here is that, yes, we are a nation of immigrants. I grew up with immigrants, but also they were legal immigrants. So we're also a nation of laws. And for those who come in legally, who have gone through the process, gone through the paperwork, gone through the waiting lists, I think it's offensive that there are people who are getting preferential treatment who've jumped the line, so to speak. It's offensive to those who followed the process. So you have two bills before us. The first is the Office of Immigrant Affairs. And I think what we're finding in other jurisdictions that have a separate department, separate budget, you're going to have a director for that department with a six-figure salary and staff, no doubt. Let's say like in Baltimore City, what we're finding is that resources have been cut or weren't approved, requested for the state's attorney's office, and Lord knows we have a lot of crime going on, and yet the requests for the Office of Immigrant Affairs were approved. And what are these resources going to? They're going to a lot of legal services. So we're all for due process. Who doesn't want due process? You had your immigration hearing. If it was not favorable, there seems to be more appeals than what we're finding on a death row inmate on some of these immigration cases. Enough is enough. I'm a taxpayer in this county too, and I think we need to find a balance. And both of these bills, I believe, are misguided, and I'm against both of them. Also, I wanted to highlight that I wear a button here for Kayla Hamilton. Her mother is Tammy Nobles, and I know Tammy personally. And, she lost her beautiful daughter from an MS-13 gang member up in Harford County, not that far away. And Walter Javier Martinez, her convicted killer, now convicted, he came across the border unvetted, which is what you have when you're having illegal immigration, unvetted, unverified, ended up in Maryland with placed with another person who was in the country illegally. And now, Tammy Hamilton, Tammy Nobles, her precious daughter is gone. Now, real quickly, and again, with two bills, I'm hoping that you would be patient with me. So her convicted killer, while he was a suspect, because of his age, he was 16 years old, going on 17 at the time, he was, again, because of our protectionist laws that we have, he was placed in the Child Protective Services and enrolled at Lansdowne High School, and then later in Edgewood High School. So you have somebody who has committed murder, and also it was disclosed later that they believe he killed up to 4 people in El Salvador that we knew nothing about, again, because he was unvetted, walking the hallways and the classrooms, sitting in the classrooms next to our sons and daughters in the county school, in Baltimore County School, and in Harford County School. So, Councilman Batoga, you said that your bills are about love. So I ask you, where is the love for the school teachers who are, rendering service for the county, who may have, let's say, somebody who's been alleged or now convicted of murder in their classroom? What about their safety? What about the students in our classrooms who are being bullied by, gang members? Again, we are a nation of immigrants, but we are a nation of laws. So I respectfully ask you to please vote no for both of these bills. Thank you.
Councilman.
So thank you for your testimony, Mr. Gielhar. I would say that we need to make sure that we provide the resources to our educators that they have the resources to teach all of the children in their school. And so I think that the things you have mentioned are tragedies and horrific, but I don't think it's appropriate to cast sin upon an entire community for one or two that may have done wrong.
Let me add, if I may, for those who are in the country illegally, many working under, without a social security number, working under the table. Many of these workers are being exploited. So if you love these workers so much, then follow the process and have them achieve legal status. I think that is your solution. And right now, I believe that there is a program through the Department of Homeland Security where you can get up to $1,000 to self-deport back to your country and come back through the legal channel. And I encourage people to do that, to get right with the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilhart.
Councilman Jones?
No, I guess wanted to, first of all, thank you so much for your testimony. My heart goes out to Ms. Nobles and her family. Clearly, it was a tragedy, and there's no question about it. We don't want people who commit those type of crimes in our country. But as Councilman Batoka said, we also don't want to paint a whole community because of the sins of one. And furthermore, that was what the president said he wanted to get rid of, people like that. But that is not the vast majority of the people that is being deported. The vast majority of the people being deported are hard-working people who've come to this country for a better life, who have not broken any laws. I mean, I'm watching police officers being deported. I'm watching firefighters being deported. I'm watching people who've come and made tremendous contributions to our community over the course of 20, 30 years. And I guess ICE figure they're low-hanging fruit, so they go after them when they're taking their kids to school or when they're showing up for work. So my heart goes out to the family who had to suffer this horrible, horrific crime, and it breaks my heart. And anyone who commits such a crime, I don't want them here. Whether you're an immigrant, citizen, or not, I don't want them here. But again, let's not lose focus on the hardworking people who've done nothing wrong but come here to better their life.
And again, thank you for your service, Councilman Jones. I would like to comment on that is that if you go to the Department of Homeland Security website, you'll see that 70% of the people who have been arrested by ICE, 70%, which is certainly a majority, have criminal records. That's what go take it up with the Department of Homeland Security. That's what their website says. So, anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Nathaniel Hardman.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nathaniel Hardman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you. I come to you as a concerned resident from District 1, and I appreciate the time that I have to speak. I want to voice my support for both of these bills. I feel that we are at a critical juncture in our nation's history, as well as the trajectory of our country going forward. I have carried a lot of grief over the last 2 weeks watching the violence that has been perpetrated by the Department of Homeland Security, as well as ICE in Minnesota, as well as across the country. I carry deep grief for the loss of Renee Good, Keith Porter Jr., as well as the abduction of Maria Martinez, who was taken away and was not present at her son's death when he succumbed to cancer. As we look at these bills in the coming weeks, I first want to thank Councilmember Patoka for bringing them up for consideration. Thank you for the work that you've done. I really respect and appreciate all of the work that you've done with organizations that advocate on the behalf of immigrant communities. I will ask that you please continue to pressure test these bills to ensure that they represent the full breadth of your powers, our powers at the county level. I recognize that there are limits to what we are able to achieve within Baltimore County itself, and sometimes these matters, they extend beyond the limits of our borders. However, I will point out that we are the first line of defense in protecting our neighbors and the residents here. Where there is opportunity, I ask that you please continue to actively collaborate with your counterparts at the state level. I do support a moratorium on 287G agreements with ICE while they act so recklessly and violently against both lawful residents and citizens. I just ask that you please continue to carry this issue and view this set of bills as a first step as opposed to a final step in advocating for the needs of vulnerable communities within our county. I also know that at least 2 members of the council will be running for county executive, or are running, excuse me. I ask that you please carry the intent and the purpose of these bills with you, should you make it to the county executive's office, and point your administration towards furthering the interest of those communities who are most vulnerable to the reckless endangerment of this administration. Thank you.
Mr. Hardman, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I appreciate your comments, and I think you used the term test pressures. Is that what you used?
Pressure test.
Pressure testing. It's an interesting term, and I think it's something that's very applicable at this time because with the direction and policies of our federal government are highly unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen one day to the next, what our policy on what's going to be the tariff tomorrow. And because of the unpredictability of our federal government, it's so important that we here in Baltimore County show strength in the things that are within our control, that we're strong in those, because we don't know, the state's budget is constrained, the federal government is unpredictable, so we have to show strong here and do everything we can to make our county as strong as it can, and it requires pressure testing, right? Pressure testing. That we do that on a daily basis to make sure we're doing the right thing, and we're trying to make sure that we're as strong as we can be as a county to all of our communities. Thank you for your testimony.
Of course, and thank you, you and the council, for all of your work on this matter.
Appreciate that.
Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Bilal Escaryar, followed by Zulika Bazemore, who is on virtually.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Thank you for the brave attempt to pronounce my name. My name is Bilal Escaryar, and I'm happy to be here. It's been 5 years this week, actually, since we decided to call Baltimore our home. We chose Baltimore because we believed we would be safe, have community, and be able to trust our neighbors. I'm here today in support of both bills, and I want to share a little bit of my expertise on the matter. But before I go, I want to say that I've noticed that some of the council members have left, and I certainly hope that that's not an indication of their lack of support for this bill or that they won't take it seriously and listen to all of the remarks in support of this bill. I have spent the better part of my career working with immigrant communities and immigrant organizations, 4 years in refugee resettlement for a refugee resettlement agency in DC, 2 years at the Women's Refugee Commission, leading a national campaign to defend asylum, and currently I'm the director of communications at a national nonprofit that supports immigrants through legal aid defense for adults in detention and unaccompanied children. I'm a United States citizen myself, but my parents and I came to the United States when I was only 5 from Afghanistan, fleeing war and persecution there. So it's safe to say that I understand the human impact of our immigration system, the successes and failures, the ups and downs pretty well. Above all, I'm interested in the human impact of these bills. You know, I think the speaker, Ms. Yara Sheikh's, touted some really impressive statistics about the amount of money that immigrants bring into this county. But frankly, I'm not interested in money. I'm interested in basic human decency, and that's what this is about. I'm here because last week, a woman named Renee Good was shot in the face 3 times by a masked ICE agent while she was trying to defend her neighbors. I'm here because in Maryland, Kilmar Garcia, Abrego Garcia was illegally detained and sent to a Salvadoran internment camp. I'm here because in Maryland, a Maryland-born woman named Dulce Diaz Morales was detained by ICE for 25 days, even though her lawyers sent proof of her United States citizenship. She was born in Maryland, a United States citizen. The lawyer sent her birth certificate and her her passport, but ICE kept her for 25 days in detention because they didn't believe her. I want to ask, if something happens to me as a naturalized citizen, I hope that all of you will be there to demand due process and demand my release. I'm here because our federal government has turned ICE into the largest law enforcement agency in the United States. They are masked and lawless, and because the Supreme Court has given them free rein to racially profile people in Nome versus Vasquez-Perdomo. I'm here because we cannot allow this out-of-control agency to use Baltimore County to carry out its white supremacist agenda. I'm here because I'm tired of carrying a copy of my passport on me when I go on a walk or drive across the state to visit my nieces. There is no question that in the face of this administration, it is incumbent upon public servants like yourselves to defend all of us. And I believe that codifying the Office of Immigrant Affairs and the other bill as well are the first step in taking us that way. Finally, I want to address Mr. Guijar, who made some outlandish claims here. As someone who came to the United States, quote, the legal way, I find it really offensive when the administration is taking away status from people, hundreds of thousands of people a day, by canceling their legal status and then subjecting them to the detention and deportation pipeline. It's offensive. And also, if you're so concerned about criminality, you should look at native-born white citizens who are statistically more proven to commit crimes in the United States than immigrants. Thank you.
Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Zalika Bazemore, followed by Bim BK, who is here in person.
Hello.
Ms. Bazemore, you may begin your testimony.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Happy New Year's, everyone. And thank you to our honorable county council and everyone that's in attendance for allowing me to give testimony on HB 97 and HB 98. The following are the reasons I am not in support of either bill. This is not about racism, which everyone that is pushing that narrative are insulting our intelligence by pushing that. This is about the huge mistake that Biden administration and the Democrats allowed from 2021 to 2024 by opening our borders and actually giving away our country's sovereignty and taxpayer dollars to house, fund, educate, provide medical care for over 16 million unvetted and illegal immigrants from over 174 countries during a pandemic of all times to do that. This department that Maryland is trying to pass a bill to create, they've already said it, is to defy and to slow down this administration's ability to deport and for ICE to do their jobs. And it could be so simplistic. The chaos is not necessary. It's simplistic. Why? Deportation has been done, and it's done according to our immigration laws. It's done according to our courts that are in charge of ruling whether or not a person has the right to be here or whether they're going to be denied amnesty to be here, or they're going to be denied U.S. citizenship. There is a process, and I agree with Glenn Gerhardt and so many others that there is a process. There have always been a process. If you're going to use our tax dollars here in Maryland, why not get with Congress that are already there on a national level that have the power, with your help, to actually improve or bring the immigration laws into the 21st century, if you feel that strongly, not to use Maryland tax dollars to actually develop and start a department that's dedicated to actually just defying the existing immigration laws and the existing process. There are courts that handle that. Over almost 600,000 immigrants that was allowed across that border have already received deportation orders. Deportation orders. The ICE is only doing their job. Thank God for an administration that actually believes in our Constitution, our sovereignty, and our immigration laws. American people, almost 79 million of us voted in November and made this one of the mandates. This fact being said, now I give my reasons. One, ICE is doing their job along with the Department of Homeland Security and Border Enforcement. People from other countries should come here legally. What if Maryland lawmakers actually work with Congress to modify or update the federal laws on immigration? Point is what I said. The Biden administration, it was the Democrat-ran administration. They had an opportunity to work on upgrading the immigration laws. Instead, they took what they thought was the easy way out, which was to open our borders. First, they preached and promoted, oh, this is the righteous thing to do. All men from anywhere in the world should be granted the opportunity to come upon our soil. Well, let me tell you, I'm well-traveled, and every country have immigration laws. Every country. And so do we, as quiet as is kept. We cannot financially sustain funding the education, providing teachers to counsel and teach over 100 different languages, the hardship on American medical facilities being overwhelmed. We've lost over 42,000 doctors and nurses, and housing illegals have also had a negative impact on our country's housing inventory, our ability to house our own vulnerable citizens that are in need of housing and shelter, and Americans as well as legal naturalized U.S. citizens having the affordability to even obtain housing. This has also had a negative impact on our healthcare system and the insurance, and I'm in the insurance industry, for people from other countries. They have not been vetted. And over, like I said, over 586,000. And if you want the numbers, then I would highly recommend that the county council, that the delegates, that the Senate's staffing in Annapolis do what most of us do in corporate America, which is do your deep dive research. Go to DHS, go to the Department of Homeland Security, go to the border. You're going to see real data real numbers, and I'm almost finished. So give me the same respect. Okay, this is not like I said about race, no matter how many people try to run that race card. This is about all people who come in our country legally and honoring all of our laws. This is about powerful political leaders here in Maryland and other cities and states that need to follow our laws as they exist when it comes to illegal immigration. Finally, this is one of the main reasons why I am running for delegate for District 8, because Maryland is not an island. Our leaders must also follow and obey the federal laws and let ICE do their job when it comes to deportation of illegal immigrants. Our tax dollars need not be used to defy a president and the federal agencies and the Constitution. The Supreme Court has ruled on some of this already.
Ms. Bazemore, Ms. Bazemore.
Thank you. I know y'all may not like, but I'm asking you also to respect me and not to try to tweak or give a speech to defy nonsense. Okay. Thank you.
You're well over your time.
Yeah, tell that to the person you had ramping and raging about President Trump and MAGA. Because he or she spoke for 6 minutes.
Ma'am, you
Thank
can
you.
speak. Ma'am, you've been speaking
Don't
now
man
for
me.
6 minutes.
Don't man me. I want the same respect. Okay. Thank you. I see.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Bim, how are you? You can't really mess up Bim, but I probably did.
Delegate.
Yes.
Good evening and namaste, Chair and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Bhim BK. I'm a Baltimore County resident and I serve as the Executive Director of Immigration Outreach Service Center and Baltimore Association of Nepalese in America, BARNA, which is based here in Baltimore County. I'm a direct service provider working daily with the immigrant individuals and family across the county, particularly with the Nepali and broader Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. So through IUSC, we have directly served more than 12,000 immigrant residents and in partnership with BARNA and Baltimore County agencies, including Health Department, Department of Aging, Police Department, and have reached over 25,000 residents. I am here today in a strong support of Bill 9725, which established a permanent Office of Immigrant Affairs within the Office of County Executive. Immigrants are essential in Baltimore County. More than 100 county residents are foreign born, contributing over $1 billion annually in taxes, operating businesses, filing critical roles across the healthcare, construction, hospitality, transportation, childcare, and technology. And in my daily work, I see how language barriers, fragmented communication, and the lack of centralized county authority create a real challenge, not only for immigrant residents, but also our county agency trying to reverse them effectively. A recent example illustrates that clearly. After public communication about a memorandum of understanding between Baltimore County and U.S. Department of Justice, our offices received dozens of urgent calls from community members. Because accurate information was not immediately available in multiple languages, misinformation spread rapidly. This created fear, confusion, and disagreement with the residents avoiding county services and public meeting. So at that moment, there was no single county office designated to quickly coordinate accurate multilingual communication across agencies. This is exactly the gap the Bill 9725 addresses. For the office to be fully effective, I respectfully urge that be elevated to be a cabinet-level position led by director who goes through formal recruiting process. This ensures authority, accountability, and qualified leadership for work that directly impacts public safety, health, and economic stability. From a service provider perspective, this office is not symbolic, it is essential. It improves efficiency, reduces confusion, and builds trust, ensuring residents seek before misinformation becomes a crisis. I respectfully urge you to vote this bill and support a strong permanent immigrant affairs in Baltimore County. Thank you for your time and leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Good seeing you.
Our next speaker is Edwin Perez, followed by Yahoo Blackwell.
Professor Perez.
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Good to see you again.
Go Gators.
That's right. Before I start, may I just say real quick that I teach as well as in the role that I'm in right now. I teach high school, and my students are my life force during the day. I'm not scared of them. We shouldn't be scared of our students. We shouldn't be scared of our immigrant students. I just want to give them a shout out because they work really hard, and I love them all. So shout out to my students out there. Okay, all right, here I go. Ready? Okay, good evening, Chairperson Ortel and members of the Baltimore County Council. My name is Edwin Perez, and I serve as the chairperson of the Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee for the Baltimore County PTA Council. As the chairperson of this PTA committee, one of my roles is to bridge the gap between national PTA policy and the local needs of Baltimore County's families. We represent thousands of parents, caregivers, teachers, staff, students, and community members across nearly 150 school units in Baltimore County. I'm here today to testify in strong support of Bills 9725 and 9825. Our support is firmly rooted in the National PTA's founding principle to promote the safety and well-being of every child. National PTA is clear that all children, regardless of immigration status, have the right to quality education, adequate food, and health care. These bills do not just align with those values, they provide the local legal framework to make them a reality in Baltimore County. Bill 9725, which codifies the Office of Immigrant Affairs, is an essential equity measure. Equity means identifying and removing the barriers that prevent certain groups from thriving. For our immigrant and mixed status families, those barriers often include language access and a lack of centralized resources. By establishing a permanent, fully staffed, and fully funded Office of Immigrant Affairs, the county ensures that the voices of our new Americans are not just heard, but integrated into the civic fabric of our community. This office will help parents navigate our school system more effectively, directly resulting in better educational outcomes for their children. Bill 9825 addresses the crisis of fear. National PTA recognizes that the separation of children from their families, or the looming threat of it, creates toxic stress and trauma that causes lifelong harm to a child's brain development. In Baltimore County, we have seen a quote-unquote chilling effect where parents are afraid to send their children to school, attend PTA meetings, or visit a doctor for fear of civil immigration enforcement. When a child is too afraid to come to school, they are denied their constitutional right to an education as established in the landmark U.S. Supreme Court case, Plyler v. Doe. By ensuring our county employees and police focus on local safety rather than civil immigration status, we restore the trust necessary for a healthy school environment. This bill protects the whole child, ensuring their home life is stable so their school life can be successful. In closing, Councilman Patoka recently said that our immigrant neighbors are the community. The Baltimore PTA Council agrees. These bills are about dignity, safety, and equity. They ensure that the Baltimore County is a place where every student, regardless of their family status, can reach their full potential. The time to act is now. We cannot afford to let fear stand in the way of our children's future. Because when we protect our most vulnerable families, we strengthen the foundation of our entire county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Yahoo Blackwell, followed by Maureen Wambui. Both in person, Mr. Chair.
Yes, is that Catalina? Are you still with the mayor's office? Can I acknowledge Catalina? So the young lady here is Catalina. She worked in the mayor's office when I worked there, and you were just an intern. And you're now director of the mayor's office of Immigrant Affairs. You go, Catalina. Thank you for joining us, and you have a great career. I've followed your career path.
We had Mr. Blackwell.
Yes. Yahoo Blackwell or Maureen Wambui, who are both registered in person. Either one here? Yes.
Good evening, Chair, Council members, and neighbors. My name is Maureen Wambui, and I'm a proud first-generation immigrant, a Baltimore County resident, and a longtime community advocate. I am here today in strong support of Bills 9725 and 9825. Baltimore County is home to tens of thousands of immigrants who work, worship, raise families, start businesses, and contribute every day to the strength of our local economy. Immigrants are real people. We are neighbors. Your health care workers, small business owners, caregivers, construction workers, educators, and entrepreneurs. We pay taxes, create jobs, and help Baltimore County grow. Bill 9725, which establishes and codifies an Office of Immigrant Affairs, is a smart and proven investment. We don't have to guess whether this works. Baltimore City's Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, MEMA, has shown us the impact. I'm glad to see MEMA Director here, Catalina Rodriguez. MEMA has improved language access, strengthened coordination across agencies, supported workforce development, and built trust between government and immigrant communities in Baltimore City. Baltimore County deserves the same intentional infrastructure so immigrants can fully participate and thrive. An Office of Immigrant Affairs is not about special treatment. It is about effective governance. It ensures county services are accessible, policies are informed by real data, and residents feel seen and heard. Bill 9825 is about trust. When families are afraid to interact with local government, everyone loses. This bill draws clear boundaries so county employees can focus on serving residents, not enforcing federal immigration law while still complying with state and federal requirements. When trust exists, people report crimes, seek health care, send their children to school, and engage civically. That makes our entire county safer and stronger. Together, this bill says something powerful. Baltimore County values all who call it home. They affirm dignity, promote economic stability, and reflect our shared commitment to community. I urge you to pass Bills 9725 and 9825. Thank you for your leadership and for listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Maricruz Abarca, followed by Daniela Preshoff, who is on virtually.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the County Council. My name is Maricruz Abarca, and I'm the president of Latino Providers Network, and thus, in my testimony today is in that capacity. So as a resident of Parkville, so it is an honor to be here today and testify on those both bills. So LPN's mission is to maximize resources in the community through the advocacy, education, and networking. And our work places us in the intersection of community needs, service providers, and government system. For that reason, we strongly support Bill 9725, the Office of Immigrant Affairs with amendments, and the Bill 9825, protection for non-U.S. citizens like myself. I commend the County Council for taking the important step forward to introduce this legislation and to ensure that community members feel safe, protected by their local government, including their local law enforcement units. And for formally establishing the Office of Immigrant Affairs, codifying the office ensures that immigrant communities are no longer served through fragmented efforts, but through coordinated, intentional, and permanent structure within the county government. As an organization that advocates for equitable access services, LPN understands the critical importance in how an office is structured, not just that exists. So the effectiveness of this Office of Immigrant Affairs will depend heavily on the authority, stability, and accountability of its leadership. For that reason, we respectfully recommend an amendment to the Bill 9725 that will establish a director instead of a chief and require that the director be confirmed by the County Council. So this recommendation aligns with our mission. A director-level position confirmed by the county elevates the office to the level that reflects its scope and responsibility and impact. It ensures transparency through the public confirmation, reinforces interbranch collaboration, and builds trust within the immigrant communities that the office is intended to serve. So the office responsibilities, advice and leadership, coordinating policy, ensuring language access, providing access to services, reviewing legislations, and serving as a liaison to immigrant communities require a leader who has both authority to convene agencies and credibility to advocate across system. County Council confirmation reinforces that credibility and ensures long-term continuity beyond any single administration. So from a service provider perspective, stability matters. Nonprofits, healthcare providers, educators, workforce organizations, and small businesses rely on consistent government leadership to build partnership, align resources, and avoid duplicate services, and confirmed director creates that specifically. And immigrant communities are vital and contributors to our county's economy, workforce, and civic life. This amendment is also reinforces that the efforts is not only created, but as I said, empower the success of the Bill 9825 to ensure that our immigrant community feels safe in Baltimore County. I thanks for the opportunity to testify before you. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for being here.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Councilman Ketch.
Yes, I have a question for Daniela. I think she's left, hasn't she? Or
Well, it wasn't Daniela, it was.
Oh, that's what was on the screen. I'm sorry. So, well, anyhow, my question is, due to the fear factor, you have families not sending their children to school, you have crimes that are unreported, etc. How widespread is this problem, and are there any statistics that have been gathered that show how widespread the problem is?
Yes, so there is more information, and I will get back to you because I don't have my notes with me, and my computer, of course, ran out of battery. So I wouldn't be able to answer that quickly from top of my head. So
you don't have them memorized?
I don't. I'm sorry, but I have a lot of legislations in my head that I have to pay attention to. Session starts tomorrow, so that's my page.
Right. I'm only kidding. I was a math teacher in Baltimore County, and I have pretty good recall. But thank you. So you'll get that information to us.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Councilman Jones.
No, you're good. I just want to talk to my good Councilman Catch. First of all, thank you so much, Councilman Catch, for asking the question. But what I will say as we wait for the statistics to come back, one unreported crime is too many.
Yes.
And one child not going to school because the parents are afraid is.
Yes.
So I look forward to hearing more information on it, but I guess know that one is too many. Thank you.
And I totally agree. One's too many. And when I was in the legislature and would testify for certain bills, I'd say, oh, well, it's only going to affect one person. Well, I'd say that's one person is too much. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Catch.
Thank you for chiming in, Councilman Catch. I thought we lost you for a moment.
Oh my gosh, I've been here the whole time.
Maybe we should do a check on everybody. Councilman Young, you there?
I'm sorry, what? Are you talking to me?
No, sir.
Okay.
Spokesman.
Certainly. Our next speaker.
To nobody?
Our next speaker is Daniela Preshoff, who is on virtually. You may begin your testimony.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Wonderful. Good evening. My name is Daniela Preshoff, and I'm really glad Councilman Catch brought up the question about statistics on how this incredible fear amongst our immigrant communities is affecting crime reporting and victims' access, because I am here to discuss that very issue and can provide some data. First, I am the Senior Managing Attorney at Tahirih Justice Center. We're a nonprofit organization serving the entire state of Maryland with an office in Baltimore. We specifically serve women, girls, and all immigrant victims of violence. For the past 13 years, I have dedicated my career to represent and support immigrant victims of violent crimes, and in this effort have been honored to have worked alongside Baltimore County law enforcement, the state's attorney's office in Baltimore County, and the county's chief of immigrant affairs, Ms. Juliana Valencia Banks. The Tahirih Justice Center is pleased to offer a favorable testimony in strong support of Bill 9825 and Bill 9725. These bills uphold civil and constitutional rights, codify into county law immigrant protections, and strengthen measures to limit and, where feasible, prohibit the use of county resources and warrantless cooperation with ICE or any other federal agency for the purpose of detention and deportation, ultimately leading to family separation. Each year, we serve dozens of immigrant survivors who call Baltimore County home. However, since January 2025, the increasing reports of local state actors cooperating with federal agents in enforcing immigration laws, which are leading to aggressive and terrible family separation, has triggered a chilling effect on immigrant survivors' access of lawful protections to which they are entitled. For example, our client and Baltimore County resident, Lisa, has repeatedly informed us that she fears petitioning Baltimore County courts for a protective order or for custody of her 2 U.S. citizen children because she fears being detained in court. Another of our Baltimore County resident clients and a mother of 2 U.S. citizen children, Marie, shared photographs and video with us of federal agents arresting individuals door to door at her apartment complex in Baltimore County. She asked us whether she could call the Baltimore County Police if she felt unsafe, because she wasn't sure whether local police are cooperating with the federal government to, in her words, separate me from my children. Although we value the years of wonderful support from local law enforcement in protecting immigrant survivors in Baltimore County, survivors residing in the county are uncertain about whether that protection will stand in light of increasing trends of collaborations between local and federal government agencies to enforce federal immigration laws, even though the federal government alone has the authority to enforce such laws. When immigrant survivors of crimes fear calling police, it not only makes them less safe, but it makes the entire community in the county less safe. At Tahirih Justice Center, we have seen time and time again how effective policing relies on trust and people feeling safe enough to report crime as a victim or witness. The Alliance of Immigrant Survivors, an organization of which our organization is a chair, in a report of dated 2025, the data shows that 70.3% of advocates report that immigrant victims of crimes have concerns about going to court for a matter related to their abuser or trafficker. 50% of advocates have worked with immigrant survivors who decided to drop civil or criminal cases because they were fearful to continue with their cases. And 79.7% of respondents observed an increase in the number of immigration-related questions that local agencies were receiving from immigrant survivors since November 2024. The fears that our immigrant neighbors face every day require further support and coordination at the county government level. This is why these bills are so needed. Baltimore County must stand firmly on the side of families, community trust, and constitutional rights. For these reasons, Tahrir Justice Center urges a favorable report on Bill 9825 and Bill 9725. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Catch.
Yeah, thank you very much. Danielle, I'm sorry I got you confused with the previous lady who testified.
No
My
problem.
question is, you had mentioned two mothers that were afraid, and I don't recall what the problem was that they were going to court for. Was
Yes.
it, what were the problems? A
The first,
protective order or something?
yes, the first mother that I mentioned was Lisa, and she lives in Baltimore County. Excuse me. She lives in Baltimore County, has two U.S. citizen children. She's a domestic violence survivor. Her abusive husband is a U.S. citizen, and he has used threats of ICE deportation against her before. And so she fears that if she goes to a Baltimore County circuit court, she fears that she'll be detained because she's undocumented. But please bear in mind, she also has lawful status pending. She's waiting for that final decision. She's been waiting for 3 years. But because of what's happening right now, she is terrified of going to court to seek any protection against her abusive husband.
So she did not enter this country legally, correct?
She entered the country unlawfully, but
Okay.
when she arrived here, she applied for lawful status as soon as she could. And as that lawful status was pending, was when she suffered this domestic violence by her U.S. citizen husband.
How long does it take usually to obtain permission to stay here for a certain amount of time?
As an attorney, I'm going to have to give you the answer that everyone hates, and that's it depends.
Depends.
Um,
Okay.
but
It depends.
but I can
Yeah.
say that there are multiple factors to determine that. For us at our nonprofit organization, we specifically represent domestic violence survivors, trafficking survivors, sexual assault survivors, some as young as 5 years old, who are immigrants, and their wait times can range anywhere from 18 months to 10 years. And just to let you know, these are all lawful status protections that they are eligible for, excuse me, and that Congress has created specifically by federal statute. And some of these protections are as old as 30 years, but they still have such long wait times to be able to get that final decision.
I just say it's a shame that the federal government has not come forward and worked on the issue and passed laws that will resolve this problem. I know the bill that failed a year ago or so was. I saw problems with the bill. I couldn't have voted for it either. But my view is that most people are very reasonable and rational and should be able to sit down and work these problems out so that we can have something, a system in place that we all can rely on. But it's with the rhetoric that's occurring on both sides, it gets worse and worse every day. And I just think it's a shame. My time in elected office, I spend all my time trying to get people to work together with government or among themselves, if you have opposing groups. And it's a shame that this isn't headed in that direction. And I think
I agree. It's a true shame, and that is why I believe these bills are so needed at this time to stop that tide of hate and vitriol, to be able to protect these neighbors that are so vulnerable right now.
And I'm sure that you believe that some of the ICE agents are not vicious, horrible people.
I would actually agree with that because, to be honest, some of the referrals from the Department of Homeland Security to our agency are for victims of these horrendous crimes who qualify for lawful status. And DHS has asked us, hey, can you help this survivor apply for status? So I totally am not of the opinion that all federal agents are our enemies, but I am of the opinion that the strategies that are being used right now to allegedly stop illegal aliens are just not the actual fact of what is happening. And that's why these bills are so needed.
Right, and I appreciate what you just said, and I I think that the United States of America and Baltimore County, et cetera, we have people are good and cooperative and want and are really very supportive of their neighbors. Of course, I'm not saying everyone, but that is what I've learned over the years in elected office. We have wonderful people, and it's a shame that you have a few that are causing some problems. And I do get worried when I hear all the fear that is coming from both sides. One thing in elected office that I've always tried to do, and that is I try not to alarm people unnecessarily. And, I think that that's worked pretty well. And I think we ought to work if whatever problems exist with ICE or other agencies, we need to work on it and resolve those problems so we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ketch. Councilman Ketch, by the way, we've got about 19 more speakers, so the less.
Oh, well, I'll just take a break then. You'll never know.
I'm just saying, just.
I'm only kidding. I'll be quiet.
Did we lose Daniela? I just wanted to, I couldn't hear the name of her organization. I don't know if anybody else.
It's
it's Tahirih Justice Center.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Daniela.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be quiet the rest of the meeting. I
don't have to be quiet, just brief.
Okay.
It's underrated.
Brevity is underrated.
Underrated, okay.
Our next speaker, who is on virtually, is Deborah Hill.
You got it, Deb.
Uh-oh.
Ms. Hill, you may unmute yourself.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being heard by whoever's left on the council. My name is Deborah Hill. I'm an attorney, and I represented the state's retirees in their attempt to get their prescription drug coverage reinstated. The state chose to give that same benefit to illegal aliens, who they call the new Americans, and this was in 2024. So I and 48,000 Maryland state retirees are quite familiar with this replacement theory that Maryland government is practicing and that these two bills represent. I'm here to talk about 9725 and 9825. I am against passage of both of these bills. Our first question is, why is it necessary to codify an Office of Immigrant Affairs? That office is discriminatory and it violates the Maryland and the U.S. Constitution Equal Protection Clause. There is not an Office of Non-Immigrant Affairs. As a Southern state, you should be aware that by passing this legislation, you're creating a two-tier system. The last time the country did that, we had white and Negro bathrooms, water fountains, schools, etc. My parents suffered under that system, so it's a mystery to me why this county wants to create that type of system, pitting U.S. citizens against illegal aliens. In this country, all men are created equal, and the Constitution gives us the equal protections under the law. And as a member of this county council, each one of you took an oath to uphold the laws of this state and the laws of this country. And if you're unable to do so, you should resign. The proposals in 9825 is preempted by President Trump's executive order 14159, the Immigration and Nationality Act, and the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution. In fact, this bill calls for Baltimore County employees to engage in some kind of rebellion or insurrection against the federal government on behalf of people who didn't even respect our laws enough to enter into this country legally. So you were you were elected to represent the citizens of this county, not illegal aliens. If you pass this law, you're requiring Baltimore County employees to refrain from following federal law. You want these citizens to interfere in the lawful exercise of federal law enforcement operations. ICE is enforcing federal law, and the president will not back down. So where will you be when state employees are arrested, fined, or possibly jailed for following your illegal laws? You took an oath when you enter this office, to uphold the Constitution of Maryland and the United States. If you have problems with the immigration policy of the United States, which was written by Congress, then get our federal representatives to change the laws, because you, as Baltimore County councilmen, do not have the power or the authority to override federal law. If this is what you seek, you need to resign from office. We do not need a county representative who fails to respect the law under which he must govern. That's like living under a monarchy or living in a communist society. And after 1776, I can tell you, we ain't going back to that. We're not living under communist rule. This is a constitutional republic, and like it or not, this country follows the rule of law. And if you can't respect that, then please resign, since our country will not succumb to socialism. And last but not least, as a postscript, if you want to reduce fear, reinstate the Police Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Ms. Hill, Mr. Chair. Ms. Hill, so did you say we're living in a monarchy? Is that what you said?
If you're trying to impose this type of law, that means you're dictating to us. That means that you're acting as though you're a king. The law says one thing and you're saying something else.
I don't
So
think
either you're a socialist, communist, or a monarchy, but you're not operating under a constitutional republic. Has anybody read the Constitution?
Ms. Hill, so the leadership of our federal government took the same oath that you are talking about, and they're not adhering to it. And so
Yes, they are adhering to it. How can you say that? They are enforcing immigration laws. It is their duty to enforce federal immigration laws.
Ms. Hill, we're going to respectfully disagree. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Bill Castro, how about the next speaker?
Next registered speaker was Kieran Pantha, who registered virtually, but I have not seen this person on as an attendee. So I'm going to go on to our next speaker, who is Jyoti Mohan, who spoke earlier. Ms. Mohan, whenever you're ready, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Hello, everybody. I'm back again. I have listened to the passionate and humanitarian appeals of many Baltimore Countyans today. They are all correct. We cannot claim to be human unless we remain humane. Having said that, and being a woman of color myself, I'm going to point out that protecting the immigrant population and ensuring that the law is followed is actually profitable for the United States. American wealth has been built from its very founding by the efforts of immigrants. I want to underline here that I am not asking for a quixotic revision of immigration law. To Ms. Hill, I'm asking that we follow the existing law, humane or not. To Mr. Gilhar, respectfully, Renee Good was neither illegal nor an immigrant. In response to the murder of Miss Hamilton, let me cite the Cato Institute's policy paper on immigrants and crime. Quote, because they commit fewer violent crimes, immigrants lower the violent victimization rate in the United States. Furthermore, at least prior to the current mass deportation efforts, immigrants cooperated more with police to solve violent crimes when they occurred. Americans should trust that their immigrant neighbors help create safer communities. Close quote. I'm in favor of Bill 9825, codify the Office of Immigrant Affairs. We need a systematic and reliable approach to language access with policy in place to encourage greater civic participation, more economic involvement, and most importantly, a sense of belonging among immigrant communities in Baltimore County. Bill 9725, Safeguards for Immigrants. We are currently living in an atmosphere of confusion. The federal government has announced several law enforcement policies that are unconstitutional and have been declared so by numerous federal courts. Their policies keep shifting, and the only constant is that in every encounter they insist that they are the law. I want to point out again that both the legislature, regardless of party affiliation, and the judiciary have noted the illegal nature of federal immigration enforcement. We have a growing population of immigrants in Baltimore County who contribute significantly to the economic growth and expansion of the county. Regardless of their immigration status, the New American Task Force at the county level of Maryland's report on the economic impact of immigrants on Maryland's economy emphasized the huge amount of wealth that immigrants have brought to the state and to our county. The federal government itself recognized the economic backslide that occurred in summer 2025 when transitional immigrant labor in farming was being targeted. What we need in this time of chaos is for the rule of law to be followed. No more, but certainly no less. We need a clear explanation of the law as it applies to immigrants of differing statuses. And we need our county officials to understand the law and follow the law regardless of personal opinion. The law is clear. County officials do not cooperate with federal immigration enforcement. This bill will ensure that the law is followed for the benefit of all citizens in Baltimore County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mohan. All right, Ms. Belcastro. We're on the.
So we're now on the just people who've registered for Bill 98 only. Our next speaker is Xylia Hall, who is on virtually, followed by Catherine Graves Abe, who is here in person. Ms. Hall, you may begin your testimony.
Good evening, council members. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can.
All right, wonderful. Thank you everyone so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Celia Vasquez Hall, and I am a first-generation American, a lifelong Marylander, a parent, and someone who has seen firsthand how violence changes families forever. In the summer of 2023, my son lost his schoolmate, Carlos Seguro, affectionately called Fat Boy by his family, lost to gun violence in Prince George's County. Carlos was only 16 years old. After his death, my son spent an entire year in grief therapy, trying to process the trauma of losing a friend to violence. This was not abstract. This was not a statistic. This was a child whose absence echoed through classrooms, homes, and our community. Carlos was shot in a town I grew up in, a place that was once safe, where kids rode bikes and parents didn't fear letting their children walk outside. Today, that same town feels unrecognizable to many of us. In the aftermath of Carlos's death, there were public discussions and community concern about MS-13 gang involvement. Prince George's County has long struggled with organized gang activity, including violent transnational gangs, and families in these communities live with that reality every day, regardless of background or immigration status. And that is why I'm here today. Policies passed in this room have real world consequences. When the state limits cooperation with law enforcement or creates barriers to accountability, gang activity does not disappear. It becomes harder to investigate, harder to dismantle, and harder to prevent from claiming the next victim. Public safety and compassion are not opposites. We can protect civil rights without creating safe harbors for violent criminal organizations. When violent offenders evade identification or removal due to policy choices, it is communities, especially working class and minority communities, that pay the price. My son did not need political slogans after Carlos died. He needed safety, he needed stability, he needed to know that the adults in charge were doing everything possible to prevent another empty death, another funeral, and yet another year of therapy. Please understand that opposing this bill is not about targeting immigrants, as I am a child of immigrants. It is about refusing to ignore gang violence, refusing to normalize fear, and refusing to sacrifice public safety in the communities most affected. I urge you to vote for this bill for Carlos, for my son, and for every family who deserves to live in a Maryland where safety is not optional. Thank you for your time, council members.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Our next speaker is Catherine Graves Abe, who is here in person, followed by Tim Fazenbaker, who is also here in person.
So we have Catherine Graves Abe. I don't think she's here.
We'll go on to Tim Fazenbaker, followed by Tammy Nobles, who is on virtually.
Mr. Fazenbaker, how are you? Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chair, esteemed members of the council, and fellow Baltimore County citizens, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you not out of anger or division, but out of a deep, unwavering love for fellow American citizens, the hardworking families, the vulnerable children, and the everyday heroes who make our community strong. My opposition to these bills is pushing for sanctuary status as well as resources for illegal aliens comes from that place of love. It's about prioritizing safety, well-being, and the future of our own people first. So let me be clear. Protecting American citizens isn't about exclusion. It's about ensuring that those who follow our laws, pay their taxes, and build our neighborhoods aren't put at risk. When we open our arms to sanctuary policies, we inadvertently close them around the threats that harm our loved ones. What is cruel is that you have homeless people, as you all know, on Route 40, living in tents. These are Americans not getting the resources that they need. Instead, you want to give them to illegal aliens who broke our laws. Just look at the heartbreaking stories right here in Maryland. Rachel Marin, a devoted mother of 5 from Harford County, was brutally raped and murdered while out for a jog in 2023. Her killer, an illegal alien from El Salvador with a history of violence. Or DeKara Thompson, a bright 19-year-old from Prince George's County, whose life was senselessly taken in 2025 by an illegal alien accused of her murder. Or Kayla Hamilton, whose mother will speak next directly to you today. So here is your chance to show if you really care. Councilman Patoka, will you say Kayla Hamilton's name? Let the record show he did not. These women, our neighbors, our daughters, deserve protection. How many more Maryland families must endure such unimaginable loss before we say enough? This bill would tie the hands of law enforcement, making it harder to prevent these tragedies. Out of love for our citizens, we must reject it. But the dangers aren't just physical, they're financial too. If you pass this, any type of sanctuary bill, you will lose up to $500 million in federal funding on February 1st, which came out while we were sitting in this meeting. Anything related to sanctuary status will have funding cut off on February 1st. So I ask, what would you cut? Funding for elderly, funding for the children, funding for animal care, or are you going to raise taxes when property taxes are already sky high? Are you going to raise more bag fees? What is it going to be? Or perhaps our senior services, abandoning the elderly who rely on them, and if not cuts, which taxes, again, will you raise? In the end, loving our community means making choices that safeguard its heart, our people. Let's honor Rachel, Takara, Kayla, and those we've lost by opposing this bill. I suggest working with my Protect American Citizens bill, and it did not go unnoticed that you did not say the Pledge of Allegiance today when we started this meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Fazenbacher, as far as the Pledge of Allegiance goes, we say the Pledge of Allegiance at legislative sessions, not at work sessions.
It was on the agenda today, sir. It was listed at 4 o'clock.
Oh, you're running for council. You should learn our ways.
Doesn't matter. You have it listed at 4 o'clock. It doesn't matter. You should say it before every meeting.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's what we do.
You feel sorry for America?
Okay. Get up.
Seriously. I will say I appreciate Mr. Jones, or Councilman Jones, at least saying.
You come in and you make up a new rule, so, you know.
Well, thanks for cutting me off, but I appreciate Mr. Jones actually saying that he cared about one death, if not more, that happens with the illegals that are bad people. None of you else have stood up for that. I will stand up for the Americans, and many other people will.
No one said that they were for criminals up there.
Will you say Kayla Hamilton's name?
Sure.
Chair, I would ask that Mr. Fazenbaker take his campaign out of these chambers.
Mr. Patoka. You are a traitor to your people. No, I can wait all night.
Okay, Mr. Fazenbacher.
Point of order, please.
You're done. Come. Time to get off the stand.
You're a traitor to your people, Izzy.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Tammy Nobles, who was on virtually. Ms. Nobles, I see that you're on. You may unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Tammy Nobles, and I am the mother of Kayla Hamilton. Kayla Hamilton was a citizen of Aberdeen, Maryland. She worked very hard. Her and her boyfriend both worked really hard, and they were upstanding citizens. And tragically, her life was taken by a illegal immigrant, MS-13 gang member, who came here unvetted, and Homeland Security and Department of Health and Human Services did not do their job. They allowed him to come across the border into Maryland, and she was not safe in her home. She was brutally raped, murdered, and then raped in her own home and left on the floor like trash. He robbed her of $6 and went to lunch with his half-brother like nothing happened. He was at the sponsor's house. The sponsor was unvetted and also here illegally, and he left and nobody said a word. He also was allowed to attend 2 different high schools in Maryland. And Department of Health and Department of Human Services put him in a group home with other children. and adults and did not say a word about what the horrific crimes that he committed on my daughter. He was also in a foster home, and the foster parents did not know his background or anything. The schools did not know. The parents there that were at where their children were at, the parents didn't know, the children didn't know, and neither did the superintendent know that this dangerous individual was in school with other children. And how many more are sitting next to your children or in the community that you don't know? And the only reason why everyone knows what happened was because I made it known. I was angry that he was sitting next to other children. I was angry about how he was being protected. Where was everybody at when Kayla was being murdered? Where was her protection? She didn't have any protection. Nobody cared about her. Nobody cared. While she laid on the floor for hours after her death, hours. She was killed at 11 a.m. and she was not found until after 5. And she laid there until 2 o'clock in the morning on her floor. And this is not about race. This has nothing to do with race. I'm not fighting against a race. I'm fighting against illegal immigrants who are criminals. And thanks to Biden, we have to go through all this because he let everybody in and he made it bad for everybody. Now, all of those that came here legally have to suffer just like everyone else in the community. Like, it should not be this way. We should be protecting American citizens to make sure that this does not happen. That is why I'm continuing to speak on it and to make changes so no one else would have to suffer the way that I have and the way that Kayla did. She should have been protected, and she was not treated humanely. She was strangled to death with a phone cord and just left on the floor. And now that we have, everybody coming here, we don't know who's here and who's not. You would thought he was a 16-year-old kid that was sweet as can be. Oh, he played the part very well until he got caught. And then you could see, you would have never known he committed that crime. And so now, so if we did, for those that are here, illegally, if you're such an upstanding citizen, come the legal way. Simple as that. Come the legal way and do it the right way. I have many friends who have done it legally, that came here and, it wasn't easy coming here illegally, but they did it. So I just, wanted to, bring her story up, and also the others who lost their lives to criminals, and how Department of Human Services protected Walter. They protected him. Kayla wasn't protected. And this is not good for the community or everyone that's living here in Maryland, and for all the adults that could be at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nobles.
Yes.
Councilman Jones has a question.
No, I guess have a statement, Ms. Nobles. First of all, please accept my sincere, heartfelt condolences for your loss of Kayla. Clearly, it was a horrible, horrible thing to happen to her and your family. And just know that I wish there was something I could have done to prevent it, but my heart goes out to you and your family. And, when you mention things like the killer going to school and nobody knowing about it, I mean, these are things that we must get right. I know that there are some movement towards fixing it, but these are horrible situations compounded by more terrible decisions that people are making in the system that will allow someone to go to school with other children after having done what he's done.
Yeah. Because
So,
we did try to bring it up and Miss Atterbury tabled it and didn't even give it a vote. So she said it was unconstitutional, but we're not going to go discuss that. But yeah, I mean, I've been trying to work. The Kayla Hamilton Act has passed the House. I'm doing the right thing by making it federal, starting at the federal level and then working down to the state level. I'm working with federal officials, and that's what you do. You work with federal officials, you follow the law, and you do your jobs. Simple as that.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, yes,
Yes, Ms. Nobles, the House of Representatives federally you're talking about?
I don't know if she heard you, Council.
Yes, I believe so.
The federal, the U.S. House of Representatives?
Oh, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yes, it's passed the U.S. House of Representatives?
Yes, it has. And it's being discussed with the Senate right now. They're trying to get it to have a direct vote.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nobles.
Our next registered speaker was Ann Zelenka. I think she was on earlier, but she is no longer on. So our next speaker is Alice Barrett, who is here in person, followed by Wilmer Menevar, who is also here in person.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chair and members of the council. My name is Alice Barrett, and I'm CASA's managing attorney for our immigration legal team. And first, I want to thank Juliana Valencia Banks for her incredible leadership in the Office of Immigrant Affairs. With her continued leadership and these additional resources, the amount of people that Baltimore County can serve is limitless. And now I want to turn to our support for Bill 9825. CASA is the largest immigrant and working families organization in Maryland and in the region, and I'm proud to be here on behalf of hundreds of thousands of immigrant families we serve across Maryland and right here in Baltimore County. Over the past year, we have witnessed ICE separate countless families, rip breadwinners away from their loved ones, and then take them to be held in inhumane detention conditions and deported without due process. Parents have disappeared, children have been left traumatized, entire neighborhoods are living in fear as community members are afraid to leave their homes, go to the doctor or go to school, go to work, and they're even afraid to call the police when they need help. In the last year alone, our legal team has served hundreds of Marylanders impacted by detention, including over 150 Baltimore County residents. These have included a father whose car window was shattered by ICE agents, who forced him out and arrested him while his children were screaming in fear in the back seat. This happened right here in Reisterstown. We've supported a mother in Catonsville whose 2-year-old girl was no longer able to celebrate her birthday because HSI and local police violently detained her father on his way to buy her birthday present. This is the real cost of entangling local government with federal immigration enforcement. And from a legal perspective, these cases highlight the risks of increasing abuses of power and disregard for due process when states give up their autonomy in response to an increasingly cruel federal regime. Bill number 9825 sends an unequivocal message. Baltimore County will not be complicit in ICE's human rights abuses. ICE will not be using this county's officers, resources, or cooperation to carry out its inhumane, unconstitutional, and unlawful operations. This bill bans 287G agreements, making clear that our county's law enforcement agents will not act as ICE agents, and prohibits officers from engaging in immigration enforcement while policing our streets It makes clear that when you call Baltimore County Police, you are calling officers whose duty it is to serve and protect the community. And importantly, this bill simultaneously preserves legitimate criminal law enforcement functions and lawful cooperation with immigration authorities when there is a valid judicial warrant. Courts across this country have been clear. Localities that entangle themselves with ICE risk violating the Fourth Amendment and due process protections. Bill 9825 protects immigrant families and the entire county. Baltimore County now has the opportunity to stand with those who support human dignity, due process, and safe communities in this nation during this dark time in U.S. history. Brave Americans, stand with our neighbors and work toward a more peaceful, vibrant future with opportunities for all. It is time to take this step to enshrine our values into law by passing the Baltimore County Trust Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate you hanging in there with us.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wilmer Menjivar, followed by Stephanie Wolf, who is here in person also.
Wilmer here. Oh, you're Wilmer, okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Wilmer Menjivar, a student at Woodlawn High School in Baltimore County.
Woodlawn.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, it's all right. Nice to know. I am here to testify in full support of the Trust Act Bill 9825. Like many of my peers, I am an immigrant who came to this country with a dream, the dream of an education that opens up the doors to a brighter future. Our story is one of bravery and sacrifice. Our parents have left everything behind so we can shine. Immigration is not just a physical journey. It's a journey towards hope, opportunity, and the desire to contribute to our community. Every day in school, we feel the power of our dreams, and we are determined to not let anything or anyone hold us back. I am determined to fulfill my dream one day of becoming a pilot. And it's time to celebrate our roots and recognize the strength we bring to this country. We are not here to be invisible. We are here to be heard. We want a system that respects our rights as students and as human beings. Education is a tool to build a future where everyone can thrive. We fight for an environment where every young immigrant can study without fear, where our stories are valued, and where our contributions are recognized. Together, we are the voice of a new generation ready to make a change, to work for a future where diversity is the greatest strength. Today, we rise our voices with pride and determination because we are not just immigrants. We're the architects of the future filled with dreams and ready to make our mark on the country we call home. That's it.
Wilmer? So I just want to say thank you. That was really well done. You made, like I said, I went to Woodlawn High a long time ago, but you're making all of us at Woodlawn feel really proud of you right now. Great job.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Wolf, followed by Lena Amick, who is also here in person.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for staying with us. I know it's been a long evening. My name's Stephanie Wolf. I'm the Director of Immigration Services at the Maryland Office of the Public Defender. We respectfully request that the Council pass the Trust Act because it is an important step towards rolling back a set of policies that mandate extensive ICE cooperation, depriving non-citizens of due process, as Councilman Patoka alluded to earlier, eroding trust in the legal system, as you have heard all night, and ultimately undermining public safety. And I want to focus on the third one because there's been a lot of talk about that. We talked about the number of people detained who have a criminal record, detained by ICE who have a criminal record, and I just wanted to give a number there. There's always been ICE detention. Over the last year, it has spiked. This difference, the spike that has happened over 2025, 92% of that growth in immigration detention comes from the increase in the number of arrests of people who have no criminal convictions at all. However, that doesn't mean that our criminal legal systems at the state and local level are not feeding people into this pipeline, and that is what this county's policies currently do. Under current policy, the county's ICE cooperation happens in primarily two places. One, the police, and two, the jail. State law prohibits police on the street from asking about civil immigration enforcement questions and from violating the Fourth Amendment by holding someone to facilitate an immigration arrest. However, Baltimore County Police Department policy in their field manual actually requires officers to call ICE and provide a subject's information even when that subject was not arrested. And the policy provides no guidance about how much information they're supposed to provide. So how much information should our police officers be providing to ICE about a woman who they pulled over for a broken taillight? Her address, the registration of the car she was driving, where she said she was headed next, what she's wearing today? None of those things would be prohibited under the current policy, and this legislation would change that. The second major point of ICE cooperation is when an arrest is made and a person is being released from the local detention center. Right now, the county requires the jail to hand over any detainee that ICE wants without limitation. That they tell ICE when the person will be released, and they will even hold the person longer in violation of the Fourth Amendment to allow ICE to come and pick them up. This policy, which apparently applies to children as well as adults, by the way, operates with absolutely no regard for whether the person is guilty or innocent of the crime that they were arrested for or what that crime was. I know I'm out of time. I am happy to take the council's questions, and I appreciate your listening so carefully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Wolf, your testimony was really enlightening to me. Hearing this issue from your lens, I think offered a lot of clarity for folks here because you see it through your work. So I just want to appreciate you offering your insights on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Jones.
I do have a question for you. Are you saying, as I understand it, or as it was told to me, our detention center will only notify immigration if a detainer was on a person, and only hold them if there is a warrant? So are you saying that that's not the case?
Thank you very much for this question. This is something I didn't have time to get to in 3 minutes, but a detainer is an administrative request. It is a piece of paper generated by ICE. They write the word detainer at the top. It has nothing to do with what we typically think of as a detainer that is issued by a judge that says there is a warrant out for this person that has force of law. It's just a confusing name for an administrative request.
But they have, go ahead.
So the MOU that's in effect now obligates the detention center to hold any person with a detainer, so any person who ICE has merely requested. That's not a Fourth Amendment basis for the detention. The Attorney General's guidance is clear on that. Hold that person for an additional 4 hours. And I think, as my colleague from CASA mentioned, that does potentially expose the county to liability for Fourth Amendment violations. It certainly is problematic from a due process standpoint, but that's a detainer. The warrant issue, ICE also issues warrants, and those warrants are also not warrants the way that you traditionally think of them. They are issued administratively by ICE as sort of an internal memo from ICE to other ICE agents. We want to arrest this person for a civil immigration violation. They are not issued by ICE warrants are not issued by a judge. Now, if there was ever a judicial warrant, and the MOU says this too, then the jail would be obligated to hold the person for 2 days. But if the document is an ICE warrant or an ICE detainer, both of which have the same force of law, which is to say none, then we're obligating ourselves to hold for 4 hours. We have also seen confusion about this. We had a client who was subject to an ICE warrant, and the jail noted that he was subject to a judicial warrant. When we asked to see it, it was actually an ICE warrant that was not signed by a judge. So there are implementation problems in addition to the substantive legal problems.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One quick question, Ms. Wolf, before you go, because it's so insightful. So the detainer coming from ICE is a 4-hour hold.
Correct.
What is the time frame of a warrant issued, not from a judge, but from ICE?
It's the same. So the language of the MOU doesn't directly address an ICE warrant, but it says a judicial warrant is 48 hours, and it says an ICE detainer is 4. ICE detainers and ICE warrants are often issued together. So I think the presumption would be that they would both be 4.
4 hours, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't recall saying the word arbitrarily. We can talk about that after. I don't recall saying the word arbitrarily when you and I spoke, but we can talk after.
But it has no basis in law, right? The 4 hours doesn't have any basis of law. It's just, I mean, we got it from somewhere. I guess that's the question that, to your point.
That was the agreement.
Right, okay,
There's nothing.
okay.
So I just wonder if, because the MOU and the MOU that was signed by the county executive and the executive order by county executive cabinets from many years ago, neither of those went before the county council, so they don't have the force of law. Where what we're doing today, codifying Office of Immigration, Office of Immigrant Affairs, and also putting these safeguards around ICE, these would have the force of law in Baltimore County. So I'm wondering, and I'll ask our legal staff here, Mr. Boswick, should we, well, no, so I'm thinking if it's administrative, we're just not going to comply. So there's no time frame. So we would be off. I'm just thinking out loud here, if you'll indulge me. So this bill would clearly take this warrant, not a judicial warrant, but a warrant from ICE or a detainer from ICE off the table and by force of law.
That's correct. And the other issue here is when somebody is convicted of a serious crime, they typically are not sentenced to your local jail. So I understand we've heard many concerns, and I imagine the council might share them about, releasing somebody who's been convicted of a terrible crime like the ones that we heard of. Those people are not touched by this policy, by the counties, by any of the previous policies either, because if you are convicted of a murder, you're sentenced to the Department of Corrections. If you're ever released, it's from there.
Yeah, so ours is a detention center, and those are people awaiting trial, awaiting bail, or having short sentences, correct?
Or having been acquitted or having had their charges dismissed. Many of the folks that we've seen get picked up by ICE under this recent agreement are folks whose cases were ultimately dismissed in their entirety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lena Amick, followed by Abigail Cohen, who are both here in person.
Lena Emick or Lena Emick?
Or an Abigail Cohen.
Abigail Cohen.
Abigail.
Can we call the next person so we're?
Sure, and after that, it is Joanna Silver.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Chair Ertel, my council member, and council members. My name is Abigail Cohen. I live here in Towson in District 6. I'm here today to express my strong support for both 9825 and 9725. Thank you, Councilmember Patoka, for introducing these bills, and thank you, Councilmember Jones, for co-sponsoring. Chair Ertel, I have a meeting with you next week, and I hope you're going to say you co-sponsor them too, but we'll see. I'm here today because all 4 of my grandparents came to this country as immigrants, and I mean that in 2 senses. I'm here in this room to testify because I know from personal experience how important immigration is to our community. But I'm also here in the sense that I'm alive. I exist because my grandparents were immigrants. I'm Jewish. My grandparents all came to the United States from Eastern Europe before World War I. If they had not been able to come to this country, they probably would have been killed in the Holocaust, and I would then never have been born. I exist because when my grandparents needed a place to go, the borders of the United States were wide open for immigrants from Europe. And in response to some of the things that have been said earlier, I want to say they came legally, but the laws were very different than they are now. And they were specifically for, hello, white people from Europe. All my grandparents were very poor when they arrived here, but on both sides of my family, they became successful business people. None of them went to high school, but all of their children were college graduates. The immigrants who live in Baltimore County today may not look like my grandparents or speak the language that they spoke, but they are very similar. They come here seeking safety and opportunity. Many fled countries where their families were targeted by dangerous gangs. According to CASA, 1 in 8 Baltimore County residents are immigrants, but they are 1 in 5 of the county's business owners. Immigrants are exactly the kind of people we should want as neighbors. People with the energy and courage to leave everything they know behind to make a better future for their families. People who work hard, study hard, and make the most of their opportunities. I am proud to live in a diverse community where the food I eat and the languages I hear spoken reflect the stories of people who came here from all over the world. ICE is following racist, quota-based policies that involve kidnapping and, as we saw recently, even killing people without regard for the law. Baltimore County law enforcement should follow the law, not persecute people for what they look like or what language they speak. Our law enforcement officers need to fight real crime, not misuse our tax dollars to violate the Constitution. Thank you for your time, and I hope that everyone supports both of these bills.
And Ms. Cohen, just for the record,
Yeah.
our police are not doing that. This bill was not put together because our police are doing anything wrong. So
I know that they're- well-
just want to be clear. We don't have a 287G agreement or.
I'm aware that we don't have a 287G agreement. I want to keep it that way.
I understand, but, you know, saying that the police are doing that is.
I did not say that, sir, respectfully.
Okay.
What I said was that they should not do that. And my understanding is that this law will
wanted to be
prevent them
clear
from doing that in the future.
that they are not doing that.
I understand that, sir.
And that was one of the fears we had with these bills initially, was that when you put we're doing it for the right reasons, but we also want to be clear that this is proactive, not reactive. We don't have a problem, but we want to make sure we don't. And we're on the same page here. I'm just saying, I don't want people to think that our police are out there arresting people for immigration status.
As far as I know, they aren't, although what we heard from the Office of the Public Defender made me very worried.
But the public defender is from Baltimore City, by the way, and Maryland, but, okay, but either way.
I'm very concerned about what the public defender had to say about police policy, and that makes me worried. I'm aware that we don't have a 287G agreement. I'm proud of that as a resident of Baltimore County, and I don't want that to change. And I am worried about the future, and I'm glad that people are being proactive about that. But I think she raised some really scary information that I was not aware of about police policies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joanna Silver, followed by Gayatri Girijan, who is on virtually.
Good evening. My name is Joanna Silver. While I am here in my personal capacity, I am testifying in favor of Bill 9825 from the vantage of someone who has worked for over 20 years as a federal public defender here in the District of Maryland, where I frequently represent people caught in both the criminal and immigration systems. From that vantage point, I can tell you that ICE's current practices are cruel, disregard due process, and undermine rather than enhance public safety. For example, I represented an individual who returned to the United States after being deported because he was threatened with violence in his home country. He was charged with the federal crime of illegal reentry, and while that case was pending, an immigration judge granted him protection from future deportation under the Convention Against Torture. This individual served his criminal sentence, was released, and was doing very well in the community under supervision. But after Trump took office, ICE arrested him again and deported him to a third country. Within weeks, that country sent him back to his home country, the very place he fled out of fear of persecution, the very place an immigration judge had ruled he could not safely return to. Now, while we expected in my office to see a sharp increase in illegal reentry prosecutions, particularly for people with serious criminal histories, that increase never came. Instead, ICE has been focusing its resources on deporting rather than prosecuting as many people as they can get their hands on, regardless of what their immigration or criminal history is. For example, we saw our illegal reentry numbers drop when all of the ICE agents in our region occupied DC this summer. In keeping with ICE's myopic focus on deporting as many people as possible, I have seen federal judges release people in their federal criminal case to await trial under supervision in the community, only for ICE to deport them immediately before they can go to trial. So to be clear, this means that one federal agency, the Department of Homeland Security, is undermining the work of another federal agency, the Department of Justice, with deportation prioritized over accountability for alleged criminal conduct. Finally, in recent months, I have seen individuals arrested on the street by ICE with no probable cause, sometimes simply for standing near someone else who is being targeted, what we call a collateral arrest. And the reason I've seen these cases is because when some of these individuals resisted that unlawful arrest, they were prosecuted federally for resisting a federal arrest. And the fact that their arrest was unlawful in the first place was not a defense. These cases illustrate that ICE does not have the best interests of our local community in mind. They do not care about public safety. They care about terrorizing immigrants and meeting deportation quotas. These actions make our communities less safe and destroy trust in law enforcement. This county must protect its immigrant residents. I urge you to pass Bill 9825. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gayatri Girijan, followed by Ruben Amaya, who is here in person. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon, or rather good evening. My name is Gayatri. I'm here to testify in support of Bill 9825, and of course, I also support Bill 9725. As an employee with Baltimore County and as the child of immigrants, I want to note that the places I live in and work at are committed to the safety of everyone under its jurisdiction. Maryland is one of the most diverse states in the country, and I've always felt lucky to have grown up in a place where everyone, no matter where they or we were from, felt like we were part of one community. I could list off statistics about how much immigrants have contributed to Baltimore County, but at the end of the day, no matter how much they quote unquote contribute, these are people, and no person deserves to have the threat of immigration and customs enforcement hanging over them, especially if the government that's supposed to be protecting them is working with this agency. Because what does ICE detainment mean? It means the person is stuffed into an unsanitary and crowded detention center, cut off from their family, subject to abuse, and made to wait in psychological limbo. Detainees in ICE's Baltimore field office were denied access to medication and were given limited food and water. Detainees in Virginia's Farmall Detention Center have reported rotting food, pepper spray, retaliatory solitary confinement, the list goes on. If non-racialized U.S. citizens are not subject to this, it is not right that non-white and immigrant community members have to fear it as an extra threat, no matter whether they've committed an infraction or not. Law enforcement collaboration is a net that will sweep everyone up. If the county wants to stop the fear that so many parents, children, employees, and people in general are experiencing and truly protect everyone they've pledged to protect, it would support Bill 9825, prevent county enforcement of immigration operations, and prevent county involvement in ICE operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Ruben Amaya, followed by Sharonda Hoffman, but I don't think Ms. Hoffman stayed on. She's no longer on the meeting. So the next speaker would be Anthony Johns, who is here in person.
Mr. Amayo,
Hello,
we
sir.
haven't seen you forever.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I am a proud Latino whose parents immigrated from El Salvador and Honduras. My parents came here with no idea of what their future would look like or what life would hold for me and my sister. But they believed that this country, where they sacrificed everything to come and contribute to, was the place where their hard work would be worth it. Today, there are those at the federal level who see people like my parents as somehow less than our neighbors. And we don't have to look far to see that it's happening here in our own state. Arlit Maria Martinez Corrada, a mother who was on her way to work in Salisbury, was detained by ICE on January 3rd. While in detention, her son died of complications due to cancer, and he was only 15 just days away from his 16th birthday. At this very moment, she is still in ICE custody and never got to say goodbye, and they refused to release her so she could have a proper service for her son. Tackling young mothers, tear gas being used, discriminating based on your accent, smashing car windows, and even murdering our own citizens. These aren't the tools of a confident democracy. They are the tactics of fascism, used when power is so brittle it can't survive dissent or even sunlight. This kind of authority rules through fear, hoping exhaustion will make us give up and intimidation will make us give in. But repression doesn't signal strength, in my opinion. I think it exposes weakness. And a government that must brutalize its people to maintain control has already lost any moral legitimacy. I think that immigrants, like any American, are cut from the same cloth woven into the fabric of this country. Their journey, their strength, and their hopes reminds me that we are all built from resilience. And I think our county can and must do everything in its ability to protect those stories. I'll always stand with our immigrant communities, just like our community stood up for my parents. And that's why I'm in strong favor of this legislation, as well as the legislation to further extend the Office of Immigrant Affairs. And so I hope this council stands with the immigrant community by voting for those pieces of legislation. And thank you, Councilman Pertoka, for spearheading that effort. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Anthony Johns, followed by Stephen Reimer, who is on virtually.
Mr. Johns, how are you? Good. Good to see you, Tom. Yeah, just hit the button. It'll turn the mic green. You'll see the green light and you're live.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tony Johns. I'm a retired Baltimore County Police Sergeant that served for 30 years. Although I appreciate the intent of this bill, I have serious concerns about its impact and perhaps some unintended consequences. Several years ago, we arrested a man in the Owings Mills Goodwill store who was caught looking at little girls changing their clothes in the dressing room. This man was an undocumented immigrant from Guatemala. He was a known sex offender and was wanted by ICE. He was picked up and deported. I am aware that our country is deeply divided on our immigration policies. I sincerely believe that this man is not a typical undocumented immigrant, and that in all probability, most undocumented immigrants that are in our country today are just seeking freedom and opportunity and a better way to provide for their families. However, that being said, we are still a nation of laws, and I think that it is inappropriate for a local politician to pass an ordinance making it illegal for the police to assist in the enforcement of a law that he or she doesn't particularly like. If we pass an ordinance like this, we will have some undocumented immigrants like this known sex offender slipping through the cracks and preying on the children of Baltimore County. That will happen from time to time. Are you willing to assume that risk? I certainly hope not. The Baltimore County Police Department is a well-run professional law enforcement agency. We have always enjoyed a cooperative relationship with the county government and its citizens. We do not believe that ICE is professional. No, I'm sorry. If we do not believe that ICE is professional, why in the world would you not want us to assist them when they are in our communities? We are all aware of the recent tragedy that occurred in Minneapolis. I sincerely believe that if ICE were conducting enforcement in our county, the citizens would be better served with our help than without it. If there are angry protesters that are heckling and obstructing the ICE officers, I believe that our presence could help the situation. We wouldn't necessarily have to go hands-on and make physical arrests, but we might protect the lives of all involved and de-escalate the situation and act as a barrier between the angry mob and the ICE officers. I know this bill refers to civil orders. A lot of situations like this are highly volatile and can quickly escalate into violence. Baltimore County code enforcement officers have called me and requested backup from time to time when they are enforcing civil orders. Some of the code enforcement officers have actually been assaulted. We never turn them down and will always accompany them for their protection. Please keep in mind that they are enforcing the local county code that you all wrote into law, and you charge them with issuing these citations. They are human beings that deserve protection from physical violence when performing their duties, and we will always have their back now and in the future. I believe it is possible that if this is written into code, it may actually be unlawful and may not survive a legal challenge. I would encourage the leadership of FOP Lodge 4 to mount a legal challenge if it is passed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Young?
Chairman, sir, thank you for your service on the Baltimore County Police Department. You referenced the example from Owings Mills. I just wanted to clarify too, and just because it was brought up here, my understanding is based on the way that the law is written, that situation would be exempt because they were violating the law. And
Yes, of course. I'm just saying that individuals like that, some of them, a minority of them, a huge minority of them, are people that ICE is looking for.
Right.
And, you know, I think I appreciate Mr. Patoka and Mr. Jones. I really do appreciate what you're all doing here, and it's a very difficult subject for our entire nation. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think what I'm hearing when we heard from this mother who lost her child, I hate to say it, but I'm kind of hearing, and again, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I'm kind of hearing that it's a cost of doing business, that we're going to lose a mother, we're going to have a child molested or a young girl raped and murdered every once in a while for the greater good of all the thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, or as Martin O'Malley used to call them, new Americans. You know, and I know that's not what you're saying, but you're all intelligent, rational people. And I think you gotta know the next victim is around the corner. Is it tomorrow? Is it next week? Is it next year?
Right.
One of them is coming.
I understand. I guess what I'm trying to say is in the context of the law that's in front of us or the bill that we're discussing now. If someone is in violation of state, local, federal law, then the bill doesn't apply to that. If there's a name search, correct me if I'm wrong, and if there's a name search and they come up on a registry or they come up on somebody else is looking for them, that still applies. There's nothing that prohibits them.
Not necessarily. I mean,
in what context of the bill?
Well, as I understand it, and perhaps I'm wrong, is that you're telling us we're not allowed to call ICE and check somebody out if we feel that it might be necessary, because you don't like ICE, or you don't like their tactics or their mission, or whatever.
I understand. I guess I don't want to belabor the point. I guess the wording is in such a way too that that's why I was asking, because what I'm seeing here is that if someone is in violation of the law, that in terms of it,
well, of course, that man was arrested for
right. But if somebody was arrested for a crime, but they were here illegally or something that was on a list, that we wouldn't be sending them to someone because they've
yes, but the main purpose of my testimony, and I know it's late. I've been sitting here all day. This is the first time I've ever done this, but it's been an experience, and I appreciate it, and I really do appreciate all the work that you all do. I had no idea the county council actually has to work so hard, but you do, and believe me, I appreciate it. But I just have grave concerns about the overall intent and message that you're going to make a law to not allow Baltimore County police officers to enforce the law because you don't like the federal law.
Thank you, Mr. Johns. Thank you, Mr. Johns.
Can I ask you a question, because I'm trying to understand your scenario? So can you tell me why a police officer would need to call ICE and ask for assistance?
Sure, if they're engaged in specific activity. I know that that the word profile is a very dangerous word politically, but let's be honest. Every time someone calls 911, a profile begins. When I worked as an officer in Woodlawn, and a victim called 911, they said, "Are you looking for a man or a woman?" They snatched a woman's purse at Security Mall. Is the suspect white or black? Is the suspect 30, 40, or 50, or a teenager? I mean, those kinds of things. There's many variables.
You wouldn't need to call ICE to find that out, right? You're really just calling ICE to see what kind of paperwork they have.
Sure. What's wrong with that?
I think there's a lot wrong with that. I think show me your papers. To me, that has a really
No. I'm talking about they're arrested for shoplifting, or they're in custody, or they're.
Well, then they would be arrested, right? And
they would be arrested.
But you wouldn't need to call ICE to advise on that arrest, right?
What's that?
You wouldn't need to call ICE to advise on that arrest.
Well, why not? I mean, we run them through NCIC. We see if they're wanted by the FBI or the Secret Service, or.
We're probably not going to agree on this. So I just wanted to understand from your perspective.
Okay.
how that would play out in real life. But thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Mr. Johns for his service.
Thank you, Councilman Marks.
Our next registered speaker was Stephen Reimer, who was supposed to be on virtually, and he is not. So I'll go on to our next speaker, who is Mark Weaver, who is here in person.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, first of all, thanks a lot. This process means a lot. I'd like to address my comments to, like the man just leaving now, some of my conservative friends, my Republican friends, who are concerned about immigration. I mean, there's problems with immigration. It's real. And in normal circumstances and normal times, it would be very strange to ask your local law enforcement agency to not cooperate with the feds. I mean, it is strange and it's concerning. But the problem is these are not normal times. Everyone who's watched TV, who's watched the news, who's listened tonight gets a clue. These are not normal times. ICE is not a problem because they are enforcing the law too enthusiastically. They're a problem because they're breaking the law. They're ignoring the Constitution. They feel they are above accountability. That threatens our whole system, not just today, but tomorrow and on and on. So it's necessary that we recognize these are unusual times and we have to take this unusual action. Maybe one day in the future when our system heals itself, we can get back to normal. But I just want to thank you for introducing this law. I agree with it. And I hope we can heal our system. Thank you.
I guess, thank you, Mark, and your very thoughtful comments. Spot on. Thank you.
Our next speaker, registered speaker, was Alejandra Balcazar. Who, you're here in person? Okay. You signed up virtually. Perfect.
Good evening, Chair and Council members. My name is Alejandra Balcazar. I am a resident of District 6, a Colombian immigrant who has called Baltimore County home since 2012. I currently serve as the Assistant Director for Student Success Center at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. I oversee programs that support all graduate students across all 7 professional schools. I also serve on the Board of Maryland Humanities. Previously, I served as the Latinx and Immigrant Student Manager at Towson University, worked directly with immigrant students navigating systemic and institutional barriers. I serve as Executive Vice President of the Association of Latino Professionals for America in Baltimore, and contributed to Baltimore's County Neo-Americans Task Force in the development of the Welcoming and Belonging Strategic Plan in 2023, and a 40 under 40 by the Baltimore Banner. I also speak today as a naturalized U.S. citizen. In 2019, I was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of a U.S.-born citizen. That experience reinforced a critical truth. Crime does not discriminate based on race, ethnicity, or immigration status. What determines whether survivors seek help is not who they are, but whether they trust the systems meant to protect them. I am here today to strongly support Bill 9825, protecting non-U.S. citizens, and Bill 9725, establishing the Office of Immigrant Affairs. The data presented in the Welcoming and Belonging Strategic Plan is clear and locally grounded. In 2019, approximately 104,000 immigrants live in Baltimore County. That is 12.5% of the population. Between 2014 and 2019, immigrants accounted for 88% of the county's population growth. Without immigrants, Baltimore County would have experienced population decline. We are not auxiliary to this county. We sustain the workforce, anchor neighborhoods, grow businesses, support schools, and stabilize the tax base. Yet policies that we can trust, particularly those tied to safety, data sharing, or enforcement, send a damaging message that immigrant safety are negotiable and trust is expandable. Bill 9825 directly addresses these challenges by establishing clear county-wide protections to ensure county employees and resources are not used for civil immigration enforcement, except when required by law. It protects confidentiality, limits unnecessary questioning about immigration status, and requires valid judicial warrants for ICE detainer requests. Most importantly, it builds trust to residents can report crimes, seek health care, enroll their children in school, and access county services without fear. Both bills codify constitutional protections, limit harmful entanglement with civil immigration enforcement, and affirm that Baltimore County prioritizes safety, dignity, and equal access to services for all residents. While the Office of Immigrant Affairs provides the operational backbone to make these protections effective, creating a central, accountable hub that improves services delivery, strengthens workforce participation, supports public safety through trust building, produces better data for county planning, and ensures accountability through annual reporting. For that reason, must be elevated to a cabinet-level position, led by a director subject to a formal confirmation process. Cabinet-level authority ensures accountability, cross-department coordination, and sustained impact aligned with the county's economic stability and public safety goals. Together, these bills represent smart governance, sound public policy, and a commitment to the long-term stability of Baltimore County. I urge a favorable report on both bills. Thank you.
Our final speaker this evening is Ken Fitch, who is on virtually. Mr. Fitch, you may unmute yourself. While he's there, but he can't be unmuted. Oh, there he is. Mr. Fitch?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You begin your testimony when you're ready.
Again, you all heard that I'm Ken Fitch. I'm a Baltimore County resident for 68 years. I want to thank the council for letting me speak, and a special thank you for my county council, David Marks. I think somebody needs to be taught a difference between an immigrant and an illegal. An immigrant, we all were. Been here so long, I have a USS Fitch named after me. Destroyer, after the family. I got 2 streets named after the family. So we all been here an immigrant, but you came the right way. What we have going on today is illegals. They come in through the border illegally, don't know who they are, they haven't done no paperwork, and majority of them are somebody who is MS-13 from El Salvador prisons. They're criminals. And that's all ICE is doing, is taking out the illegals, taking out the people that are not documented. If you're an immigrant, you're documented. And I back what Deb Hill said earlier, 100%. I back what Tim Fazenbaker said. And Bazemore, she was fantastic. But yes, I'm against both of them bills. I know I signed up for one, but I was the last person to testify. Been here for over 5.5 hours, and you know how much, I didn't say much, tired. So I just want no for them bills. Thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch. This is David Marks. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say it.
No, I first of all, to Mr. Fitch and everyone else who testified today, I want to thank you so much for testifying. This is the greatest country in the world, and I'm going to stand here, and although I adamantly disagree with some of the statements, I will stand here and listen, and I will defend your right to say it, and it is one of the many reasons why people would want to come to this country, because we have the greatest country in the world. But as Mr. Weaver said, these are not normal times. So I guess I want to thank everybody for coming out testifying. This is what democracy looks like. So thank you for coming out. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. All right, meeting adjourned. Everybody be safe going home.
Give yourselves a hand.